Hi, everybody. I'm Finn Archer.
And I'm Jessica Skellington. Tonight you will see a performance of Romeo and Juliet in this episode of What Streams May Come. Most people are familiar with the tragedy of Romeo and Juliet. In fact, as the show progresses, we even talk about how these two teenagers are particularly dramatic, and we say that in our commentary. However, we were not even prepared for the emotional reaction to these characters during our performance. Therefore, we feel it's prudent to provide a content warning before viewing this episode.
If you or anyone you know feels that they're in crisis, we want you to know that someone is always available to listen. You can reach out to the National Helpline at 800-273-8255. Also, if you're a member of the LGBTQ community and feel like no one understands the particular struggles you're going through, please reach out to the Trevor Project at 866-488-7386 or trevorproject.org. And if you want to give to a cause that is raising awareness and support for prevention of suicide, please visit jaspersgameday.com as well. With that in mind, we hope you're taking care of yourself and you're taking care of each other, and we really hope you enjoy this episode of What Streams May Come. Ladies and gentlemen,
Seekers of the stage,
denizens of the dramatic,
refugees from reality,
creatures of all heights, hues, and humors,
welcome to What Streams May Come, presented by Chaotic Tiefling Productions.
Tonight, I am joined by the magically macabre and majestically mystifying Lady of Shadows, Jessica Skellington.
And I'm excited to join alongside the boisterous, bacchanalian Baron of Banter, Finnegan Archer, the Bloodhaven Bard.
Every 2 weeks, we bring you a dramatic work from the bard of all bards, William Shakespeare, performed by thespians driven out of the stage lights by the perils of our present pandemic, leaving us without a place to perform our craft.
As we have done in our private readings with our local friends, Finn and I have chosen one of Shakespeare's plays and made an open call to performers.
What is unique about these readings is, aside from choosing the show, the casting is completely random. Through the magic of spreadsheet randomizers, every actor has an equal chance of being paired with any role, regardless of age, gender, etc.
As you will see, this often makes for hilarious interpretations of the characters, or provides a new spin on what you may have seen done in live theater.
Tonight's performance will be Romeo and Juliet. To bring you this story, we welcome to the stream a talented troupe of troubadours. Players, as I call out tonight's cast of characters, introduce yourselves and say hello to our lovely audience. Tonight, filling our role of Romeo, we have...
Hi, I'm Terry. Nice to meet you all.
And tonight, playing our Juliet, we are honored to have...
I'm Jen Petchmer. I am Dreamwisp on the socials and Dreamwisp Jen on Twitch. Happy to be here.
Gracing us with his presence as Friar Lawrence, we have...
Hello, I'm Sarah B. I am at Sarah B. Strange on Twitter.
Tonight, playing our nurse and Lady Montague.
Hey guys, I'm Ruth.
Premiering tonight as Lady Capulet, or Capulets, so sorry.
Hi,
What's
guys.
silly is tonight both our Capulets are ladies.
Yeah,
So
I wasn't sure which Capulet you wanted.
first Capulet. Let's get first Capulet.
Hi guys, I'm Jenna Kay.
And then Lady Capulet.
Hello, I am Goblin Katie, aka Katie Downey.
Performing tonight as Mercutio.
Oh, hello. It's me, Thranduart. Yes, so happy to be here. You can find me as Thranduart across all my social. Thanks for having me.
Appearing tonight as Benvolio and the Third Watchman.
Hi, everybody. It's Your Majesty here. Can't wait to perform for you.
Then, as Prince and the Apothecary, tonight we are honored to have.
Hey, the Prince! Jeff Toussaint! The Prince!
Joining us tonight as Paris and the citizens of the Watch and other citizens, we have.
Hey y'all, I'm Chase. I'm Chase TMS on Twitter. That's all I got.
Coming to us as Peter and Paige.
Hello there. I'm John Rabin, a writer sometimes and one night only Kenobi.
Performing tonight as Montague, the second servingman and servingman, we are honored to have.
Greetings, my friends and fiends. 'Tis I, ye old dragon. You can find me at Draconic Verses on Twitter, and I'm thrilled to be here once more.
Gracing our stream as Tybalt, the first musician and the second watchman, we are joined by.
Hey everyone, I'm Ian. Glad to be here.
Appearing tonight as Samson, Capulet's cousin, Friar John, and the second musician.
Hi, I'm Melodic Blue.
Appearing tonight as Abraham, first serving man, and Balthazar.
Hi, I'm Ellie Collins. Happy DragonCon, everyone.
Tonight appearing as Gregory, Petruchio, chief watchman and third musician.
We've saved the rest for last. Traveler Farlander, pleased to be back.
But of course, the best part of our show is you, the audience. Please let us know how you're liking it in the chat and share those comments that you would normally get shushed for in a live theater. Our performers may even join in on the dialogue along with Finn and myself. We humbly do ask to keep it respectful. Please feel free to make jokes, talk about the characters or plot, compliment our actors, and maybe be a bit bawdy.
I mean, this is Billy Shakes we're talking about, and we'd be doing him a disservice if we shied away from the puns, quips, and innuendos. However, we do have moderators watching the chat, so please be kind to one another and the actors on screen.
With that said, we invite you to sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. Without further ado, let us to places for the Act 1 prologue of Romeo and Juliet.
Two households, both alike in dignity, in fair Verona where we lay our scene. From an ancient grudge, break to new mutiny, where civil blood makes civil hands unclean. From forth the fatal loins of these two foes, a pair of star-crossed lovers take their life, whose misadventures piteous overthrows, doth with their death bury their parents' strife. The fearful passage of their death-marked love, and the continuance of their parents' rage, which but their children's end not could remove, is now the 2 hours' traffic of our stage. The which of you with patient ears attend, what here shall miss, our toil shall strive to mend.
Gregory, on my word, will not carry coals.
No, for then we should be colliers.
I mean, and we begin collar will draw.
Aye, while you live, draw your neck out of collar.
I strike quickly when being moved.
But thou art not quickly moved to strike.
A dog of the house of Montague moves me.
To move is to stir, and to be valiant is to stand. Therefore, if thou art moved, thou runst away.
A dog of that house shall move me to stand. I will take the wall of any man or maid of Montague's.
That shows thee a weak slave, for the weakest goes for the wall.
'Tis true, and therefore women, being the weaker vessels, are ever thrust to the wall. Therefore, I will push Montague's men from the wall and thrust his maids to the wall.
The quarrel is between our masters and us, their men.
'Tis all one. I will show myself a tyrant. When I have fought with the men, I will be civil with the maids. I will cut off their heads.
The heads of the maids?
Aye, the heads of the maids, or their maiden heads. Take it in what sense thou wilt.
They must take it in sense that feel it.
Me they shall feel while I am able to stand, and 'tis known I am a pretty piece of flesh.
'Tis well thou art not fish. If thou hadst been poor John. Draw thy tool. Here comes of the house of Montagues.
My naked weapon is out. Quarrel, I will back thee.
How, turn thy back and run?
Fear me not.
No, Mary, I fear thee.
Let us take the law of our sides. Let them begin.
I will frown as I pass by, and let them take it as they list.
Nay, as they dare, I will bite my thumb at them, which is a disgrace to them if they bear it.
Do you bite your thumb at us, sir?
I do bite my thumb, sir.
Do you bite your thumb at us, sir?
Is the law of our side if I say I?
No.
No, sir. I do not bite my thumb at you, sir. But I bite my thumb, sir.
Do you quarrel, sir?
Quarrel, sir? No, sir.
But if you do, sir, I am for you. I serve as good a man as you.
No better.
Well, sir.
Say better. Here comes one of thy master's kinsmen.
Yes, better, sir.
You lie.
Draw if you be men. Gregory, remember thy washing blow.
Part, fools! Put up your swords, you know not what you do.
What? Art thou drawn amongst us heartless hinds? Turn, Benvolio, look upon thy death.
I do but keep the peace. Put up thy sword, or manage it to part these men with me.
What? Drawn? And talk of peace? I hate the word, as I hate hell, all Montagues, and thee. Have at thee, coward.
Clubs, bills, and partisans. Strike, beat them down. Down with the Capulets, and down with the Montagues.
What noise is this? Give me my longsword, ho.
Crotch! A crotch! Why call you for a sword?
My sword, I say. Old Montague has come, and flourishes his blade in spite of me.
Ah, thou villain Capulet! Hold me not, let me go!
Thou shalt not stir 1 foot to seek a foe.
Rebellious subjects, enemies of peace, profaners of this neighbor who stains steel. Will they not hear? What ho! You men! You beast! That quench the fire of your pernicious rage, with purple fountains issuing from your veins, on pain of torture, from those bloody hands, through your misintempered weapons to the ground! You hear the sentence of your movement, Prince? 3 civil brawls bred of an airy word by thee, old Capulet, and Montague, have thrice disturbed the quiet of our streets, and made Verona's ancient citizens cast by their grave beseeming ornaments to wield old partisans in hands, and old cantankerous with peace to part your cantankerous gate. If you ever disturb our streets again, your lives shall pay the forfeit of the peace. For this time, all the rest depart away. You, Capulet, shall go along with me. Oh, and Montague, come you this afternoon to throw our father pleasure in his case to old Freetown, our common judgment place, once more on pain of death. All men depart! Ah!
Who set this ancient quarrel new abroach? Speak, nephew. Were you by when it began?
Here were the servants of your adversary, and yours, close fighting near I did approach. I drew to part them. In the instant came the fiery Tybalt with his sword prepared, which, as he breathed defiance to my ears, he swung about his head, and it cut the winds. Who nothing hurt withal, hissed him in scorn. While we were interchanging thrusts and blows, came more and fought on part and part, till the prince came. He parted either part.
Oh, where is Romeo? Saw you him today. Right glad I am he wasn't at this fray.
Madam, an hour before the worshipped sun peered forth the golden window of the east, a troubled mind drove me to walk abroad, where, underneath the grove of sycamore that westward rooteth from the city side, so early walking did I see your son. Towards him I made, but he was aware of me and stole into the covert of the wood. I, measuring his affections by my own, which then most sought where most might not be found, being one too many by my weary self, pursued my humor, not pursuing his, and gladly shunned who gladly fled from me.
Many a morning hath he there been seen, with tears augmenting the fresh morning's dew, adding to clouds more clouds with his deep sighs. But all too soon as the all-cheering sun should in the farthest east begin to draw the shady curtains from Aurora's bed, away from light steals home my heavy son, and private in his chamber pens himself, shuts up his windows, locks fair daylight out, and makes himself an artificial night. Ah, black and portentous must this humor prove, unless good counsel may the cause remove.
Oh, my noble uncle, do you know the cause?
I neither know it nor can learn of him.
Have you importuned him by any means?
Both by myself and many other friends, but he, his own affections' counselor, is to himself. I will not say how true, but to himself so secret and so close, so far from sounding in discovery, as is the bud bit with envious worm, ere he can spread his sweet leaves to the air, or dedicate his beauty to the same. Could we but learn from whence his sorrows grow, we would as willingly give cure as know.
See where he comes. So please you step aside. I'll know his grievance, or be much denied.
I would thou wert so happy by thy stay to hear true shrift. Come, madam, let's away.
Good morrow, cousin.
Is the day so young?
But news struck 9.
Me. Sad hours seem long. Was that my father that went hence so fast?
It was. What sadness lengthens Romeo's hours?
Not having that which having makes them short.
In love?
Out.
Of love?
Out of her favor where I am in love. Ugh.
Alas, that love, so gentle in his view, should be so tyrannous and rough in proof.
Alas, that love, whose view is muffled still, should without eyes see pathways to his will. Where shall we dine? Oh, me, what fray was here? Yet tell me not, for I've heard it all. There's much to do with hate, but more with love. Why then, oh, brawling love, oh, loving hate. Oh, anything of nothing first created. Oh, heavy lightness, serious vanity, misshapen chaos of well-seeming forms. Feather of lead, bright smoke, cold fire, sick health, still waking sleep. that is not what it is. This love feel I, that feel no love in this. Dost thou laugh?
No, cause I rather weep.
Good heart at what?
At thy good heart's oppression.
Why, such is love's transgression. Griefs of mine own lie heavy in my breast, which thou wilt propagate to have it pressed with more of thine. 'Tis love that thou hast shown doth add more grief to too much of mine own. Love is a smoke raised with a fume of sighs, being purged, a fire sparkling in lovers' eyes, being vexed, a sea nourished with loving tears. What is else? A madness most discreet, a choking gall, and a preserving sweet. Farewell, my coz.
Go soft. I'll go along. And if you leave me so, you do me wrong.
I've lost myself. I'm not here. This is not Romeo. He's some other where.
Tell me, in sadness, who is it that you love?
What? Shall I groan and tell thee?
Groan? Why, no. But sadly, tell me who.
A sick man in sadness makes his will, a word ill urged to one that is so ill. In sadness, cousin, I do love a woman.
I am so near when I supposed you loved.
A right good markman. And she's fair, I love.
All right, fair mark, fair cause, as soon as hit.
Well, in that hit you miss. She'll not be hit with Cupid's arrow. She hath Diane's wit, and in strong proof of chastity, well armed from love's weak, childish bow, she lives unharmed. She will not stay the siege of loving terms, nor bide the encounter of assailing eyes, nor ope her lap to saint seducing gold. Oh, she's rich in beauty, only poor that when she dies, with her beauty dies her store.
Then she hath sworn that she will still live chaste.
She hath. And in that sparing makes huge waste, for beauty, starved with her severity, cuts beauty off from all posterity. She is too fair, too wise, wisely too fair, to merit bliss by making me despair. She hath forsworn to love, and in that vow do I live dead that live to tell it now.
Ah, be ruled by me. Forget to think of her.
Aha! Oh, teach me how I should forget to think.
By giving liberty unto thine eyes. Examine other beauty.
'Tis the way to call her exquisite in question more. These happy masks that kiss fair ladies' brows, being black, puts us in mind they hide the fair. He that is stricken blind cannot forget the precious treasure that his eyesight lost. Oh, show me a mistress that is passing fair. What doth her beauty serve but as a note where I may read who passed that passing fair? Farewell, thou canst not teach me to forget.
I'll pay that doctrine, or else die in debt.
This is your voice of God. Places for Act 1, Scene 2.
But Montague is bound as well as I in penalty alike, and 'tis not hard, I think, for men so old as we to keep the peace.
Of honorable reckoning are you both, and pity, 'tis you lived at odds so long. But now, my lord, what say you to my suit?
But saying o'er what I have said before, my child is yet a stranger in the world. She hath not seen the change of 14 years. Let 2 more summers wither in their pride, ere we think her ripe to be a bride.
Younger than she are happy mother's maid.
And too soon marred are those so early made. Earth has swallowed all my hopes but she's the hopeful lady of my earth. But woo her, gentle Paris, get her heart. My will to her consent is but part, and she agreed within her scope of choice lies my consent and fair according voice. This night I hold an accustomed feast, whetherto I have invited many a guest, such as I love, and you among the store, one more, most welcome makes my number more. At my poor house look to behold this night, earth-treading stars that make dark heaven light. Such comfort as do lusty young men feel when well-apparelled April on the heel of limping winter treads. Even such delight among fresh fennel buds shall you this night inherit at my house. Hear all, see all, and like her most whose merit shall be most, and like her most whose merit most shall be, which on more view of many, mine being one, may stand in number, though in reckoning none. Come, go with me. Go, Sarah, trudge about through fair Verona. Find those persons out whose names are written there, and to them say, my house, and welcome on their pleasure stay.
Find them out whose names are written here. It is written that the shoemaker should meddle with his yard, and the tailor should be with his last, the fisher with his pencil, and the painter with his nets. But I am sent to find those persons whose names are here writ, and can never find what names the writing person hath here writ. I must to the learned in good time.
Tut, man, one fire burns out, another's burning. One pain is lessened by another's anguish. Turn giddy and be helped by backward turning. One desperate grief cures with another's languish. Take thou some new infection to thy eye, and the rank poison of the old will die.
Your plantain leaf is excellent for that.
For what, I pray thee?
For your broken chin.
Why, Romeo, art thou mad?
Not mad, but bound more than a madman is. Shut up in prison, kept without my food, whipped and tormented and... Good e'en, good fellow.
Good eye, good even. I pray, sir, can you read?
I'm mine own fortune and my misery.
Perhaps you have learned without a book, but I pray, can you read anything you see?
Aye, if I know the letters and the language.
Ye say honestly, rest you merry.
Stay, fellow, I can read. Signor Martino and his wife and daughters, County Anselm and his beauteous sisters, the lady widow of Vitruvio, Signor Placentio and his lovely nieces, Mercutio and his brother Valentine, mine uncle Capulet and his wife and daughters, my fair niece Rosaline and Livia, Signor Valentino and his cousin Tybalt, Lucio and lively Helena. A fair assembly, whither shall they come?
Up.
Whither?
To supper, to our house.
Whose house?
My master's.
Indeed, I should have asked thee that before.
Now I'll tell you without asking. My master is the great rich Capulet, and if you be not of the house of Montagues, I pray come and crush a cup of wine. Rest you merry.
At this same ancient feast of Capulet sups the fair Rosaline, whom thou so loves with all the admired beauties of Verona. Go thither, and with unattainted eye compare her face with some that I shall show. And I will make thee think thy swan a crow.
When the devout religion of mine eye maintains such falsehood, then turn tears to fires. And these, who often drowned, could never die. Transparent heretics be burnt for liars. One fairer than my love. The all-seeing sun ne'er saw her match since the first world began.
But you saw her fair, none else being by, herself poised with herself in either eye. But in that crystal scales, let there be weighed your lady's love against some other maid, that I will show you shining at the feast, and she shall scant show well that now shows best.
I'll go along. No such sight to be shown, but to rejoice in the splendor of mine own.
All right, places for Act 1, Scene 3.
Nurse! Where is my daughter? Call her forth to me.
Now, by my maidenhead at 12-year-old, I bade her come. What a lamb, what a ladybird, God forbid. Where's this girl? What, Juliet?
Now, who calls?
Your mother.
Madam, I am here. What is your will?
This is the matter. Nurse, give us leave a while. We must talk in secret. Nurse, come back again. I have remembered me. Thou's hear our counsel. Thou know'st my daughters of a pretty age.
Hey, I can tell her age unto an hour.
She's not 14.
I'll play 14 in my teeth, and yet to my teen be it spoken, but I have 4. She is not 14. How long is it now until Lammas died?
Oh, a fortnight and odd days.
Even or odd, of all the days in the year, come Lammas Eve at night, she shall be 14. Susan and she, God rest all Christian souls, were of an age. Well, Susan is with God. She was too good for me. But as I said, on Lammas Eve at night, she be 14. That shall she. Mary, I remember it well. 'Tis since the earthquake, now 11 years, and when she was weaned, I shall never forget it. Of all the days of the year, upon that day, for I had laid wormwood to my dug, sitting in the sun under the dove house of the wall. My lord, and you were then at Mantua. Nay, I do bear a brain. But as I said, when it did taste the wormwood on the nipple of my dug, it felt bitter, pretty fool, to see it tetchy and fall out of the dug. Shake, quoth the dove house, 'twas no need. I trow to bid me trudge. And since that time, it is 11 years, for then she could stand alone. Nay, by the rood, she could have run and waddled about, for even the day before she broke her brow. And then my husband, God be with his soul, he was a merry man, took up the child. Yea, quoth he, dost thou fall upon thy face? Thou wilt fall backward when thou hast more wit. Wilt thou not, Jewel? And by my holy dame, the pretty wretch left crying, and said I, to see now how a jest shall come about. I warrant, and I should live 1,000 years, I never should forget. Wilt thou not, Jewel? Quoth he. And pretty fool, it stinted, and said I.
Enough of this, I pray thee. Hold thy peace.
Yes, madam. Yet I cannot choose but laugh to think that she should leave crying and say I. And yet I warrant it had been upon its brow a bump as big as a young crockle stone, a pearlous knock, and it cried bitterly. Yea, quoth my husband, fallest upon thy face? Thou wilt fall backwards when thou comest of age. Wilt thou not yet, Jewel? And stinted and said, I.
And stint thou too, I pray thee, nurse, say I.
Peace I have done. God mark thee to his grace. Thou wast the prettiest babe that there I nursed, and I might live to see thee married once I have my wish.
Mary, that Mary is the very theme I came to talk of. Tell me, daughter Juliet, how stands your disposition to be married?
It is an honor I dream not of.
An honor? Were not I thine only nurse, I would say thou hadst sucked the wisdom from my teeth.
Well, think you of marriage now. Younger than you here in Verona, ladies of esteem are made already mothers. By my count, I was your mother much upon these years that you are now a maid. Thus, in brief, the valiant Paris seeks you for his love.
A man, young lady? Such a man is all the world. Why, he is a man of wax.
Verona's summer hath not such a flower.
Nay, he's a flower, in faith a very flower.
What say you? Can you love the gentleman? This night you shall behold him at our feast. Read o'er the volume of young Paris's face, and find delight with beauty's pen. Examine every married lineament, and see how one another lends content, and what obscured in this fair volume lies, find written in the margin of his eyes. This precious book of love, this unbound lover, to beauty him only lacks a cover. The fish lives in the sea, and 'tis much pride, for fair without, the fair within to hide. That book in many men's eyes doth share the glory that in gold clasps locks the golden story. So shall you share all that he doth possess, by having him, making yourself no less.
No less? Nay, bigger. Women grow by men.
Speak briefly. Can you like of Paris, love?
Look to like if looking liking move, but no more deep will I endart mine eye than your consent gives strength to fly.
Madam, the guests are come, supper served up. You called, my young lady asked for, the nurse cursed in the pantry, and everything in extremity. I must hence to wait. I beseech you, follow straight.
We follow thee, Juliet. The county stays.
Go, girl. Speak happy nights to happy days.
All right, places for Act 1, Scene 4.
What shall this speech be spoke for our excuse? Or shall we on without apology?
The date is out of such prolixity. We'll have no Cupid hoodwinked with a scarf, bearing a Tartar's painted bow of lath, scaring the ladies like a crow keeper, nor no without book prologue faintly spoke after the prompter for our entrance. But let them measure us by what they will. We'll measure them by a measure and be gone.
Give me a torch. I'm not for this ambling. Being but heavy, I will bear the light.
Nay, nay, gentle Romeo, we must have you dance.
Not I, believe me. You have dancing shoes with nimble soles. I have a soul of lead, so stakes me to the ground I cannot move.
You are a lover. Borrow Cupid's wings, and soar with them above a common bound.
I am too sore and pierced with his shaft, too sore with his light feathers, and so bound. I'm not bound a pitch above dull woe. Under love's heavy burden I do sink.
And to sink in it, should you burthen love, too great oppression for a tender thing.
Is love a tender thing? It's too rough, too rude, too boisterous, and it pricks like a thorn.
If love be rough with you, you be rough with love. Prick love for pricking, and you beat love down. Give me a case to put my visage in, a visor for a visor, what care? What curious eye doth coat deformities? Here are the beetle brows shall blush for me.
Come, knock, and enter, and no sooner in, but every man betake him to his legs.
A torch for me. Let wantons light of heart tickle the senseless rushes with their heels, for I am proverb with a grandsire phrase. I'll be a candle holder and look on. The game was ne'er fair, and I am done.
Tut, done's the mouse, the constable's own word. If thou art done, we'll draw thee from the mire. Or, save your reverence, love wherein thou stickest. Up the ears. Come, we burn daylight hot.
Nay, that's not so.
I mean, sir, in delay, we waste our lights in vain like lights by day. Take our good meaning, for our judgment sits 5 times that ere once are 5 wits.
And we mean well in going to this mask, but 'tis not wit to go.
Why, may one ask?
I dreamt a dream tonight.
And so did I.
Well, what was yours?
That dreamers often lie.
In bed asleep while they do dream things true.
Oh, then I see Queen Mab hath been with you.
Queen Mab, what's she?
She is the fairy's midwife, and she comes in shape no bigger than an agate stone, on the forefinger of an alderman, drawn with a team of little Tommy over men's noses as they lie asleep. Her wagon spokes made of long spinners' legs, the cover of the wings of grasshoppers, her traces of the smallest spider's web, her collars of the moonshine's watery beam, her whip of cricket's bone, the lash of film, her wagoner a small grey-coated gnat, not half so big as a round little worm, pricked from the lazy finger of a maid. Her chariot is an empty hazelnut, made by the joiner squirrel or old grub. Time out of mind the fairies' coachmakers, and in this state she gallops night by night through lovers' brains, and they dream of love. On courtiers' knees they dream on curtsies straight, or a lawyer's fingers who straight dreams on fees, or a lady's lips who straight on kisses dream, which oft the angry Mab with blisters plague, because their breaths of sweet maids tainted are. Sometimes she gallops o'er a courtier's nose, and then dreams of smelling out a suit. And sometimes comes she with a teen pig's tail, tickling a parson's nose as he lies asleep. Then he dreams of another's benefice. Sometimes she driveth over at a soldier's neck, and then he dreams of cutting foreigners' throats, of breeches, ambuscados, Spanish blades, of heaths 5 fathoms deep, and then anon drums in his ear, which he starts and wakes, and being thus frighted, will swears a prayer or two and sleeps again. That is the very Mab that plaits the manes of horses in the night, and bakes the efflocks and foul sluttish hairs, which once untangled must misfortune bodes. This is the hag, when maids lie on their backs, that presses them and learns them first to bear, making them women of good carriage. This is she who—
Peace, Mercutio. Peace. Thou talkst of nothing.
True, I talk of dreams, which are the children of an idle brain, begot of nothing but vain fantasy, which is as thin as substance as the air, and more inconsistent than the wind, who woos even now the frozen bosom of the north, and being angered, puffs away from thence, turning his face to the dew-dropping south.
This wind you talk of blows us from ourselves. Supper is done, and we shall come too late.
I fear too early, for my mind misgives some consequence yet hanging in the stars. Shall bitterly begin his fearful date with this night's revels, and expire the term of a despised life closed in my breast by some vile forfeit of untimely death. But he that hath the steerage of my course direct my sail. On, lusty gentlemen!
Strike drum!
On to Act 1, Scene 5.
Well, that's Popan. That he helps not take away. He shift a trencher. He scrape a trencher.
Good manners shall lie in 1 or 2 men's hands, and they unwashed too. 'Tis a foul thing.
Away with the joint stools. Remove the court cupboard. Look to the plate. Good thou, save me a piece of marchpane. And as thou loved me, let the porter let in Susan Grindstone and Nell. Anthony and Popan. Anthony and Popan.
Aye, boy, ready?
You are looked for and called for, asked for and sought for in the great chamber.
We cannot be here and there too. Cheerly, boys, be brisk. A while and the longer lever take her all.
Welcome, gentlemen. Ladies that have their toes unplagued with corns will walk about with you. Ah, my mistresses, which of you all will now deny to dance? She that makes dainty, she I'll swear hath corns. Am I come near ye now? Welcome, gentlemen. I have seen the day that I have worn a visor, and could tell a whispering tale in a fair lady's ear, such as would please. 'Tis gone, 'tis gone, 'tis gone. You are welcome, gentlemen. Come, musicians, play. A hall, give room, and foot it, girls. More light, you knaves, and turn the tables up, and quench the fire. The room grows too hot. Ah, Sarah, this unlooked-for sport comes well. Nay, sit, good cousin Capulet, for you and I are past our dancing days. How long is it now since last you and I were in a mask?
By Our Lady, 30 years, don't you know?
What man, 'tis not so much. 'Tis since the nuptials of Licinto. Come Pentecost as quickly as it will, some 25 years, and then we masked.
'Tis more. His son is elder, sir. His son is 30.
Will you tell me that? His son was but a ward 2 years ago.
What lady is that which doth enrich the hand of yonder knight?
I know not, sir.
She doth teach the torches to burn bright. It seems she hangs upon the cheek of night like a rich jewel in an Ethiop's ear. Beauty too rich for use, for earth too dear. So shows a snowy dove trooping with crows as yonder lady o'er her fellow shows. The measure done, I'll watch her place of stand, and touching hers, make blessed my rude hand. Oh, did my heart love till now? Forswear its sight, for ne'er I saw true beauty till this night.
This, by his voice, should be a Montague. Fetch me my rapier, boy. What dares the slave come hither, covered with an antic face, to fleer and scorn at our solemnity? Now, by the stock and honor of my kin, to strike him dead, I hold it not a sin.
Why, how now, kinsman? Wherefore storm you so?
Uncle, this is a Montague, our foe, a villain that has hither come in spite to scorn at our solemnity this night.
Young Romeo, is it?
'Tis he, that villain Romeo.
Content thee, gentle coz, let him alone. He bears him like a portly gentleman, and to say truth, Verona brags of him to be a virtuous and well-governed youth. I would not, for the wealth of all the town here in my house, do him disparagement. Therefore, be patient. Take no note of him. It is my will, the which, if thou respect, show a fair presence and put off these frowns, an ill-beseeming semblance for a feast.
It fits when such a villain is a guest. I'll not endure him.
He shall be endured. What good man, boy, I say he shall. Go to. Am I the master here, or you? Go to. You'll not endure him. God shall mend my soul. You'll make a mutiny among my guests. You will set a cock-a-hoop. You'll be the man.
Why, Uncle, 'tis a shame.
Go to. You are a saucy boy. Is it so indeed? This trick may chance to scathe you. I know what. You must contrary me. Marry, 'tis time. Well said, my hearts. You're a princo. Go. Be quiet, or more light. For shame, I will make you quiet. What cheerily, my hearts.
Patience perforce with willful collar meeting makes my flesh tremble in their different greeting. I will withdraw, but this intrusion shall, now seeming sweet, convert to bitterest gall.
If I profane with my unworthiest hand this holy shrine, the gentle sin be this. My lips, too, blushing pilgrims ready stand to smooth that rough touch with a tender kiss.
Good pilgrim, you do run your hands too much, which mannerly devotion shows in this, for saints have hands that pilgrims' hands do touch, and palm to palm is holy palmer's kiss.
Have saints not lips, and holy palmers too?
Aye, pilgrim, lips they must use in prayer.
Oh, then, dear saint, let lips do what hands do. They pray, grant you, lest faith turn to despair.
The saints do not move, though grant for prayer's sake.
Then move not while my prayer's effect I take. Thus, from my lips, by thine, my sin is purged.
And of my lips the sin they took.
Sin from my lips? Oh, trespass sweetly urged, give me my sin again.
You kiss by the book.
No! Your mother craves a word with you.
What is her mother?
Mary, bachelor. Her mother is the lady of the house, and a good lady, and wise, and virtuous. I nursed her daughter that you talked withal. I tell you, he that can lay hold of her shall have the chinks.
Is she a Capulet? Oh, dear Count, my life is my foe's debt.
Away! Be gone! The sport is at the best.
Aye, so I fear, the more is my unrest.
Nay, gentlemen, prepare not to be gone. We have a trifling foolish banquet towards. Is it e'en so? Why then I thank you all. I thank you, honest gentlemen. Good night. More torches here. Come on then, let's to bed. Ah, Sarah, by my fay, it waxes late. Now to my rest.
Come hither, nurse. What is yon gentleman?
The son and heir of old Tibero.
What he that now is going out of door?
Mary, that I think be young Petruchio.
What's he that follows here that would not dance?
I know not.
Go ask his name. If he be married, my grave is like to be my wedding bed.
His name is Romeo, and a Montague, the only son of your great enemy.
My only love sprung from my only hate. Too early seen unknown, and known too late. Prodigious birth of love it is to me that I must love a loathed enemy.
What is this? What is this?
A rhyme I learned even now of one I danced with him.
Juliet!
Anon, come, let's away. The strangers are all gone.
All right, and that is the end of Act 1.
Oh my God. For those of you who are joining us for the first time, if episode 3 is your first episode with us at What Streams May Come, I've got to let you know there's certain things that look like these actors prepared it beforehand, but I promise you no one had any clue what each other was going to do before this show, and all of these like accents or these playoffs that you guys are seeing are just totally really good thespians going hard on reacting to each other's performances. And guys, you're bringing it again. I really love it. I love what's happening here. I forgot for a minute, like y'all were catching me in the chat, rooting on some, underage romance right there on accident, because I forgot for a minute when Terry and Jen were going in on that scene that we were talking about a 14-year-old girl here. And so like the nurse came in blocking, and I was like, oh man, wait a minute. I'm cheering the wrong thing on.
Yeah, I noticed that there was just a random stage direction for someone calling Juliet off stage and figured I'd jump on that.
That was amazing.
Thanks, Mom.
I got you, Pooh Bear.
But it definitely worked. So,
I mean, to be fair, Romeo is a teenager too.
I mean, he is, which is why it's called the Romeo and Juliet law. Those, little loophole laws that certain states have. We can talk about how problematic those are another time. But, Yes, it is named for the fact that you have a law named for fatally and suicidally doomed lovers might have been a red flag for you, buddy. Might have been a red flag.
I'll jump in here with my law degree for a second, just to say that usually those laws only apply to people within a certain age limit. Say if she's 15 and he's 18, and that's all I'm going to say about that. I'm offering no commentary other than what the law is.
Yeah.
Intensifies.
I have a fun fact that is just about the play in general.
Let's go.
So a lot of Shakespearean scholars call this a comedy because the tragedy of it could have been so easily avoided. So as you go through the show, just kind of keep an eye on that and bear that in mind.
Well, and you have a marriage in the middle, spoiler alert, which normally is the sign of a comedy, is the marriage at the end. So this is almost like two separate plays, which is so interesting.
Yeah.
All right.
Nerds unite.
It's
everyone.
The comedy, but with the sudden tragic ending.
All right, the voice of God is telling you places for Act 2.
Now old desire doth in his deathbed lie, and young affection gapes to be his heir. That fair for which love groaned for and would die, with tender Juliet matched, is now not fair. Now Romeo is beloved and loves again, alike bewitched by the charm of looks, but to his foe supposed he must complain and steal love's sweet bait from fearful hooks. Being held a foe, he may not have access to breathe such vows as lovers used to swear. And she as much in love, her means much less to meet her new beloved anywhere. But passion lends them power, time means to meet, tempering extremities with extreme sweet.
All right, places for Act 2, Scene 1. Romeo, darling, we can't hear you.
Figured that out. Let's do that again. Can I go forward when my heart is here? Turn back, dull earth, and find thy center out.
Romeo, my cousin Romeo, Romeo!
He is wise, and on my life hath stolen him home to bed.
He ran this way and leapt this orchard wall. Call, good Mercutio.
Nay, I'll conjure too. Romeo humors, madman, passion, lover, appear thou in the likeness of a sigh. Speak but one rhyme and I am satisfied. Cry but I, me, pronounce but love and dove. Speak to my gossip Venus one fair word. One nickname for her purblind son and heir. Young Abraham Cupid, he that shot so true, when King Cophetua loveth the beggar maid. He heareth not, he stirreth not, he moveth not. The ape is dead, and I must conjure him. I conjure thee by Rosalind's bright eyes, and her high forehead, and her scarlet lip, and by her fine foot, straight leg, and quivering thigh, and the demences that there adjacent lie, that in thy likeness thou appear to us.
And if he hear thee, thou wilt anger him.
This cannot anger him. 'Twould anger him to raise a spirit in his mistress's circle of some strange nature, letting it there stand till she had laid it and conjured it down. That were some spite. My invocation is fair and honest. In his mistress's name I conjure only but to raise him.
To be consorted with a humorous knight. Blind is his love, and best befits the dark.
If love be blind, love cannot hit the mark. Now, will he sit under a medlar tree and his wish his mistress were the kind of fruit as maids call medlars when they laugh alone? Oh, Romeo, that she were! Oh, that she were an open arse, and thou a pobberin bear. Romeo, good night. I'll to my truckle bed. This field bed is too cold for me to sleep. Come, shall we go?
Go then, for 'tis in vain. To seek him here, that means not to be found.
All right, Act 2, Scene 2.
He jests at scars that never felt a wound. It's soft. What light through yonder window breaks? It is the east, and Juliet is the sun. Arise, fair sun, and kill the envious moon, who is already sick and pale with grief that thou, her maid, art far more fair than she. Be not her maid, since she is envious. Her vestal livery is but sick and green, and none but fools do wear it. Cast it off. It is my lady. Oh, it is my love. Oh, that she knew she were. She speaks, yet she says nothing. What of that? Her eye discourses. I will answer it. I'm too bold. 'Tis not to me she speaks. Two of the fairest stars in all the heaven, having some business, to entreat her eyes to twinkle in their spheres till they return. What if her eyes were there, they in her head? The brightness of her cheek would shame those stars, as daylight doth a lamp. Her eye in heaven would through the airy region stream so bright that birds would sing and think it were not night. See how she leans her cheek upon her hand? Oh, that I were a glove upon that hand, that I might touch that cheek. Why me? Oh, she speaks. Oh, speak again, bright angel, for thou art as glorious to this night, being o'er my head as a winged messenger of heaven unto the white, upturned, wondering eyes of mortals that fall back to gaze on him when he bestrides the lazy, puffing clouds and sails upon the bosom of the air.
Oh, Romeo. Romeo, wherefore art thou Romeo? Deny thy father and refuse thy name, or if thou wilt not, be but sworn my love, and I'll no longer be a Capulet.
Hear more, or shall I speak at this?
Thy name that is mine enemy. Thou art thyself, though not a Montague. What's Montague? It is not hand, nor foot, nor arm, nor face, nor any other parts belonging to a man. Oh, be some other name. What's in a name? That which we call a rose by any other word would smell as sweet. So Romeo would, were he not Romeo called, retain that dear perfection which he owes without that title. Romeo, doff thy name, and for that name which is no part of thee, take all myself.
I take thee at thy word. Call me but love, and I'll be new baptized. Henceforth I never will be Romeo.
Screamed in night, so stumblest upon my counsel.
By a name, I know not how to tell thee who I am. My name, dear saint, is hateful to myself because it is an enemy to thee. Had I it written, I would tear the word.
My ears have not yet drunk 100 words of that tongue's uttering, yet I know the sound. Art thou not Romeo, and a Montague?
Neither, fair maid, if either thee dislike.
And wherefore? The orchard walls are high and hard to climb, and the place death, considering who thou art, if any of my kinsmen find thee here.
Love's light wings did I overperch these walls, for stony limits cannot hold love out. And what love can do that dares love attempt? Therefore, thy kinsmen are no stop to me.
They do see thee, they will murder thee.
Alack, there lies more peril in thine eye than 20 of their swords. Look thou but sweet, and I am proof against their enmity.
I would not for the world they see thee here.
I have night's cloak to hide me from their eyes. But thou love me. Let them find me here. My life were better ended by their hate than death, wanting thy love.
By whose direction foundst thou out this place?
By love, that first did prompt me to inquire. He had lent me counsel, and I lent him eyes. I'm no pilot. Yet, wert thou as far as that vast shore washed with farthest sea, I would adventure for such merchandise.
No mask of night is on my face, else would have made me blush, bepaint my cheek for that which thou hast heard me speak tonight. Fain would I dwell on form, fain deny what I have spoke, but farewell compliments. Dost thou love me? I know thou wilt say aye, and I will take thy word. Yet, if thou swearest, thou mayest prove false. At lovers' perjuries, they say love laughs. O gentle Romeo, if thou dost love, pronounce it faithfully. Or if thou thinkst I am too quickly won, I'll frown and be perverse and say thee nay. So thou wilt woo, but else not for the world. In truth, fair Montague, I am too fond, and therefore thou mayest think my behavior right, but trust me, gentlemen, I'll prove more true than those that have more coin to be strange. I should have been more strange. I must confess that thou overheardst ere I were wed to my true love's passion. Therefore pardon me, and not impute this yielding to light love which the dark night hath so discovered.
Lady, by yonder blessed moon, I vow, that tips with silver all these fruit tree tops.
Swear not by the moon, the inconstant moon that monthly changes in her circle orb, lest thy love prove likewise variable.
Well, what shall I swear by?
Not swear at all, or if thou wilt, swear by thy gracious self, which is the god of my idolatry, and I'll believe thee.
If my heart's dear love...
Well, do not swear, although I have no joy in this contract tonight. It is too rash, too unadvised, too sudden, too like the lightning, which doth cease to be, ere one can say, it lightens. Sweet good night. This bud of love by summer's ripening breath may prove a beauteous flower when next we meet. Good night. Good night. As sweet repose and rest come to thy heart as that within my breast.
Oh, wilt thou leave me so unsatisfied?
What satisfaction can thou have tonight?
The exchange of thy love's faithful vow for mine.
I gave thee mine before thou didst request it. And yet I would if it were give again.
Wouldst thou withdraw it? For what purpose, love?
But to be frank, and give it thee again, and yet I wish for the thing I have. My bounty is as boundless as the sea, my love as deep. The more I give to thee, the more I have, for both are infinite. I hear some noise within. Dear love, adieu. Alarm, good nurse. Sweet Montague, be true, stay but a little. I will come again.
Oh, blessed night. I'm afeard, being a knight, all this is but a dream, too flattering sweet to be substantial.
3 words, dear Romeo, and good night indeed. If thy bent of love be honorable, thy purpose marriage, send me word tomorrow by one that I'll procure to come to thee. Where and what times thou wilt perform the rite, all of my fortunes at thy foot I'll lay, and follow thee, my lord, throughout the world.
Madam!
But if thou meanst not well, I do beseech thee.
Madam!
Take me thy strife and leave me to my grief. Tomorrow I will send.
So thrive my soul.
1,000 times good night.
1,000 times the worse to want thy light. Love goes toward love as schoolboys from their books, but love from love toward school with heavy looks. Oh.
Romeo, hiss. Oh. Oh, for a falconer's voice to lure this tassel gentle back again. Bondage is hoarse and may not speak aloud, else would I tear the cave where echo lies and make her airy tongue more hoarse than mine with repetition of my Romeo.
It is my soul that calls upon my name. How silver sweet the sound, lovers' tongues by night, like softest music to attending ears.
Romeo!
Aeneas!
What clock shall I send to thee?
By the hour of 9.
I will not fail. Oh, 'tis 20 years till then. I have forgot why I did call thee back.
Let me stand here till thou remember it.
I'll forget how he stands there, remembering how I loved thy company.
And I'll still stay to have thee still forget. forgetting any other home but this.
It's almost morning. I would have thee gone, and yet no further than a wanton's bird that lest it hop a little from his hand, like a poor prisoner in his twisted gloves, and with a silken thread plucks it back again, so loving, jealous of his liberty.
I would I were thy bird.
So would I. Yet I shall kill you with much cherishing. Good night, good night. It is such sweet sorrow that I shall say good night till it be morrow.
Sleep dwell upon thine eyes, peace in thy breast. Would I were sleep and peace so sweet to rest. Hence will I to my ghostly sire's close cell, his help to crave and my deep hap to tell.
All right. Act 2, Scene 3.
The gray-eyed morn smiles on the frowning night, checkering the eastern clouds with streaks of light, and fleckled darkness like a drunkard reels from forth day's path and tightens fiery wheels. Now, ere the sun advance his burning eye, the day to cheer, and night's dank dew to dry, I must have filled this osier cage of ours with baleful weeds and precious juiced flowers. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Are we good, Friar Lawrence?
I thought so. Can you hear me at all?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Connection issues now. Cool. The gray-eyed morn smiles on the frowning night, checkering the eastern clouds with streaks of light, and fleckled darkness like a drunkard reels from forth day's path and tightens fiery wheels. Now, ere the sun advance his burning eye, the day to cheer and the night's dank dew to dry, I must upfill this osier cage of ours with baleful weeds. Oh no. And precious juiced flowers. The earth that's nature's mother is her tomb. What is her burying? That is her burying grave, that is her womb. And from her womb, children of diverse kind, we sucking on her natural bosom find. Many, for many virtues excellent, none but for some, and yet all different. Mickle is the powerful grace that lies in herbs, plants, stones, and their true qualities. For not so vile that on the earth doth live, but to the earth some special good doth give. Nor aught so good, but strained but from that fair use, revolts from true birth, stumbling on abuse. Virtue itself turns vice, being misapplied, and vice sometime by action dignified. Within the infant rind of this small flower, poison hath residence and medicine power. For this, being smelt, with that part cheers each part. Being tasted, stays all senses with the heart. Two such opposed kings encamp them still, in man as well as herbs, grace and rude will. And where the worser is predominant, full soon, the cankered death eats up that plant.
Good morrow, Father.
Benedicite, what early tongue so sweet saluteth me? Young son, it argues a distempered head, so soon to bid good morrow to thy bed. Care keeps his watch in every old man's eye, and where care lodges, sleep will never lie. But where unbruised youth with unstuffed brain doth couch his limbs, there golden sleep doth reign. Therefore, thy earliness doth me assure thou art uproused by some distemperature. Or, if not so, then here I hit it right. Our Romeo hath not been in bed tonight.
The last is true. The sweeter rest was mine.
God pardon sin. What's that with Rosaline?
With Rosaline? My ghostly father? No! I have forgot that name and that name's woe.
That's my good son. But where hast thou been then?
I'll tell thee ere thou ask me again. I have been feasting with mine enemy, whereon a sudden one hath wounded me. That's by me wounded. Both are remedies within thy help and holy physic lies. I bear no hatred, blessed man, for lo, my intercession likewise stands my foe.
Be plain, good son, and homely in thy drift. Riddling confession finds but riddling shrift.
Then plainly know my heart's dear love is set on the fair daughter of rich Capulet. As mine on hers, so hers is set on mine, and all combined, save what thou must combine by holy marriage. When and where and how we met, we wooed, we made exchange of vow. I'll tell thee as we pass, but this I pray that thou consent to marry us today.
Holy Saint Francis, what a change is here. Is Rosaline, whom thou didst love so dear, so soon forsaken? Young men's love then lies not truly in their hearts, but in their eyes. Jesu Maria, what a deal of brine hath washed thy sallow cheeks for Rosaline. How much salt water thrown away in waste to season love that of it doth not taste. The sun not yet thy sighs from heaven clears. Thy old groans ring yet in my ancient ears. Lo, here upon thy cheek the stain doth sit of an old tear that is not washed off yet. If e'er thou wast thyself and those woes thine, thou and these woes were all for Rosaline. And art thou changed? Pronounce this sentence then. Women may fall when there's no strength in men.
Thou chidest me off for loving Rosaline.
For doting, not for loving, pupil mine.
And badest me bury love.
Not in a grave, to lay one in, another out to have.
I pray thee, chide not. Her I love now doth grace for grace and love for love allow. The other did not so.
Oh, she knew well thy love did read by rote that could not spell. But come, young waver, come, go with me. In one respect, I'll thy assistant be, for this alliance may so happy prove to turn your household's rancor to pure love.
Oh, let us hence. I stand on sudden haste.
Wisely and slow, they stumble that run fast.
All right, Act 2, Scene 4.
Where the devil should this Romeo be? Came he not home tonight?
Not to his father's. I spoke with his man.
Why, that same pale-hearted wench, that Rosaline, torments him so that she will sure run him mad.
Tybalt, the kinsman to old Capulet, hath sent a letter to his father's house.
A challenge on my life.
Romeo will answer it.
Any man that can write may answer a letter.
Nay, he will answer the letter's master, how he dares, being dared.
Alas, poor Romeo, he is already dead, stabbed with a white wench's black eye, shot through the ear with a love song, the very pin of his heart cleft with the blind bowboy's butt shaft. And is he a man to encounter Tybalt?
Why, what is Tybalt?
More than a prince of cats. Oh, he's the courageous captain of compliments. He fights as you sing prick song, keeps time, distance, and proportion. He rests his minim rests, 1, 2, and the third in your bosom. The very butcher of a silk button, a duelist, a gentleman of the very first house of the first and second cause. Ah, the immortal passado, the punto reverso, the
The what?
The pox on such antic, lisping, affecting phantasms. Oh, these new tuners of accents, by Jesu, a very good blade, a very tall man, a very good whore. Why is it not this a lamentable thing, grandsire, that we should be as afflicted with these strange flies, these fashion mongers, these pardon me's, who stand so much on the new form that they cannot sit at ease on the old bench? Oh, their bones, their bones!
Oh, hey, here comes Romeo! Here comes Romeo!
Without his roe, like a dried herring, oh flesh, flesh, how art thou fishified? Now is he for the numbers that Petrarch flowed in. Lore to his lady, but was a kitten wench. Mary, she had a better love to bear him. Her a did a dowdy ho, Cleopatra a gypsy, Helen and Hero, Hidlings and harlots, Thisbe, grey eye are so, but not to the purpose. Signor Romeo, bonjour. There's a French salutation to your French slop. You gave us the counterfeit fairly last night.
Good morrow to you both. What counterfeit did I give you?
The slip! Sir, the slip, can you not conceive?
Pardon, good Mercutio, my business was great, and in such a case as mine, a man may strain courtesy.
That's as much as to say such a case as yours constrains a man to bow in the hands.
Meaning to curtsy?
Thou hast most kindly hit it.
A most courteous exposition.
Nay, I am the very pink of courtesy.
Pink for flower.
Right.
Why then is my pump well flowered?
Sure wit, follow me this jest now till thou hast worn out thy pump, that when the single soul of it is worn, the jest may remain after the wearing solely singular.
Oh, single-souled jest, solely singular for the singleness.
Oh, come between us, good Bonvolio, my wits faints.
Switch and spurs, or I'll cry a match.
Nay, if our wits run the wild goose chase, I am done, for thou hast more of a wild goose in one of thy wits than I am sure I have in my whole 5. Was I with you there for the goose?
Thou wast never with me for anything when thou wast not there for the goose.
I will bite thee by the ear for that jest.
Nay, good goose, bite not.
Oh, thy wit is a very bitter sweeting. It is most sharp sauce.
And it is not well served into a sweet goose.
Oh, he is a wit of a cheverel that stretches from an inch narrow to an elf broad.
I stretch it out for that word, broad, which, added to the goose, proves far and wide a broad goose.
Why, is not this better now than groaning for love? Now art thou sociable? Now art thou Romeo? Now art thou what art thou? By art as well as by nature, for this driveling love is like a great natural that runs lolling up and down to hide this bubble in a hole.
Okay, stop there.
Thou desirest me to stop in my tale against the hair.
Thou wouldst else have made thy tail large.
Oh, thou art deceived. I would have made it short, for I have come to the whole depth of my tale and meant indeed to occupy the argument no longer.
Here's goodly gear.
A sail!
Two, a shirt and a smock.
Peter!
Anon!
My fan, Peter!
Good Peter, to hide her face, for her fans the fair face.
Good morrow, ye gentlemen.
God in ye gooden, fair gentlewoman.
Is it good?
'Tis no less, I tell you, for the body hand at the dial is now upon the prick of me.
On you? What a man are you?
One, gentlewoman, that God had made a man himself to mar.
By my troth, it is well said, for himself to mar, quoth he. Gentlemen, can any of you tell me where I might find the young Romeo?
I can tell you, but young Romeo will be older when you have found him than he was when you sought him. I am the youngest of that name, for fault of a worse.
You say well.
Yea, is the worst well? Very well took, I faith, wisely.
If you be he, sir, I desire some confidence with you.
She will indict him to some supper.
Abad, so ho.
What hast thou found?
No hair, sir, unless a hair. Sir, in a Lenten pie, that is something state and whore ere it be spent. An old hair whore, and very good meat in Lent. But a hair that is whore is too much for a score when it whores and ere it be spent. Romeo, Will you come to your father's? We're to dinner thither.
I will follow you.
Farewell, ancient lady. Farewell, lady, lady, lady.
I pray you, sir, what saucy merchant was this that is so full of his ropery?
A gentleman, nurse, that loves to hear himself talk, and will speak more in a minute than he will stand to in a month.
And he speak anything against me, I'll take him down. And if he were lustier than he is, and such 20 shucks, Jack. If I cannot, I'll find those that shall. Scurvy knave. I'm none of his flirt gills. I'm none of his skeins mates. And thou must stand by too, and suffer every knave to use me at his pleasure.
I saw no man use you at his pleasure. If I had, my weapon should have quickly been out, I warrant you. I dare draw as soon as another man, if I see occasion in a good quarrel and the law on my side.
Now, afore God, I am so vexed that every part about me quivers. Scurvy knave. I pray you, sir, a word. And as I told you, my young lady bid me inquire you out. What she bade me say, I will keep to myself. But first, let me tell you, if you should lead her into a fool's paradise, as they say, it were a very gross kind of behavior, as they say. For the gentlewoman is young, and therefore, if you should deal double with her, truly, it were an ill thing to be offered to any gentlewoman, and a very weak dealing.
Nurse, commend me to thy lady and mistress. I protest unto thee that
Good heart, and in faith, I will tell her as much. Lord, Lord, she will be a joyful woman.
What wilt thou tell her, nurse? Thou dost not mark me.
I will tell her, sir, that you do protest, which, as I take it, is a gentlemanlike offer.
Bid her devise some means to come to Shrift this afternoon, and there she shall at Friar Lawrence's cell be shrived and married. Here is for thy pains.
No, truly, sir, not a penny.
Go to. I say you shall.
This afternoon, sir? Well, she shall be there.
And say, good nurse, behind the abbey wall within this hour, my man shall be with thee, and bring thee cords to make a tackled stair, which to the high top gallant of my joy must be my convoy in the secret night. Farewell, be trusty, and I'll quit thy pains. Farewell, commend me to thy mistress.
Now God in heaven bless thee. Hark you, sir.
What sayest thou, my dear nurse?
Is your man secret? Did you ne'er hear say, two may keep counsel, putting one away?
Warrant thee, my man's as true as steel.
Well, sir, my mistress is the sweetest lady. Lord, Lord, when she 'twas just a little prattling thing. Oh, there's a nobleman in town, one Paris, that would fain lay knife abroad. But she's a good soul, had as a lief to see a toad, a very toad as see him. I anger her sometimes and tell her that Paris is the proper man. But I'll warrant you when I say so. She looks pale as any clout in the versatile world. Doth not Rosemary and Romeo begin both with a letter?
Aye, nurse. What of it? Both with an R.
Mocker, that's the dog's name. R is for the... Now, I know it begins with some other letter. And she hath the prettiest sententious of you and Rosemary, that it would do you good to hear it.
Commend me to thy lady.
1,000 times.
Peter! On!
Before in peace.
All right, on to Act 2, Scene 5.
Clock struck 9 when I did send the nurse. In half an hour she promised to return. Perchance she cannot meet him. That's not so. Oh, she is lame. Love's heralds should be thoughts, which 10 times faster glide than the sun's beams, driving back shadows over luring hills. Therefore do nimble pinioned doves draw love, and therefore hath the wind swift Cupid wings. Now is the sun upon the hindmost hill of this day's journey, and from 9 till 12 is 3 long hours. Yet she has not come. Had she affections and warm youthful blood, she would be swift as a motion, as a ball. My words would bandy her to my sweet love and his to me. But old folks, many fain as they were dead, unwieldy, slow, heavy, and pale as lead. Oh God, she comes. Oh, honey nurse, what news? Hast thou met with him? Send thy man away.
Peter, stay at the gate.
Now, good sweet nurse, oh Lord, why look'st thou so sad? Though news be sad, yet tell them merrily. If good, thou shamest the music of sweet news by playing it to me with so sour a face.
I am weary. Give me leave a while. Ah, how my bones ache. What a jolt have I.
I would thou hadst my bones and I thy news. Nay, come, I pray thee, speak. Good nurse, speak.
Use what haste. Can you not stay a while? Do you not see that I am out of breath?
You know what to say to me, thou art out of breath. The excuse that thou dost make in this delay is longer than the tale thou dost excuse. Is thy news good or bad? Answer to that. Say either, and I'll say the circumstance. Let me be satisfied. Is it good or is bad?
Well, you have made a simple choice. You know not how to choose a man. Romeo. No, not he, though his face be better than any man's. Yet leg excels all men's. And for a hand and a foot and a body, though they be not talked on, yet they are past compare. He is not the flower of courtesy, but I'll warrant him as a gentle lamb. Go thy ways, wench. Serve God. What have you done at home?
Let's just give our marriage. What of that?
Lord, how my head aches. What head have I? It eats as if it would fall 20 pieces. My back, the side, oh, my back. Shrew your heart for sending me about to catch my death with jaunting up and down.
Faith, I am sorry that thou art not well. Sweet nurse, tell me, what says my love?
Your love sounds like an honest gentleman, and courteous, and kind, and handsome, and I warrant a virtuous. Where is your mother?
She be how your love says like an honest gentleman. Where is your mother?
Oh, God's lady dear, are you so hot? Mary, come up, I trow. Is this the poultice for my aching bones? Henceforth, do your messages yourself.
They are such a come. What says Romeo?
Have you got leave to go to Shrift today?
I have.
Then hie you hence to fire Lawrence's cell. He stays a husband to make you your wife. Now comes the wanton blood up in your cheeks. They'll be all scarlet, straight at any news. Hie you to church. I must another way, to fetch a ladder by the which your love must climb a bird's nest soon when it is dark. I am the drudge and toil in your delight, but you shall bear the burden soon at night. Go, out to dinner, hie you to the cell.
Please, nurse, farewell.
All right. Act 2, Scene 6.
So smile the heavens upon this holy act that after hours with sorrow chide us not.
Amen, amen. But come what sorrow can, it cannot countervail the exchange of joy that one short minute gives me in her sight. Do thou but close our hands with holy words, then love devouring death do what he dare. It is enough that I may but call her mine.
These violent delights have violent ends, and in their triumph die like fire and powder, which, as they kiss, consume. The sweetest honey is loathsome in his own deliciousness, and in the taste confounds the appetite. Therefore, love moderately. Long love doth so. Too swift arrives as tardy as too slow. Here comes the lady. Oh, so light of foot will ne'er wear out the everlasting flint. A lover may bestride the gossamers that idles in the wanton summer air and yet not fall. So light is vanity.
Good even to my ghostly confessor.
Romeo shall thank thee, daughter, for us both.
As much to him, else is his thanks too much.
Ah, Juliet, if the measure of thy joy be heaped like mine, and that thy skill be more to blazon it than sweeten with thy breath this neighbor air, and let rich music's tongue unfold the imagined happiness that both receive in either by this dear encounter.
Conceit more rich in matter than in words, brags of his substance, not of ornament. They but beggars that can count their worth, but my true love is grown to such excess, I cannot sum up half my wealth.
Come with me, and we will make short work, for, by your leaves, you shall not stay alone till Holy Church incorporate two in one.
All right, and that is the end of Act 2.
Oh my goodness. I can't, I was just about to type in chat. I can't get over how Friar Lawrence is giving these children the best advice. But then when they're like, nah, we're going to go through with it, Friar's like, all right, I guess. I'll go ahead and enable your shenanigans by marrying you.
Oh, well,
Crazy kids.
Because kids always make the best decisions.
14-year-olds, that's where we make our decisions, right? That's when we decide people have fully formed brains.
Of course.
Yeah, no, 13, 14, we were perfectly normal then.
And I'm just going to go ahead and make a side note for everyone who's, been in any of our other episodes. I know we have had some costume work just fly out of the woodwork on other episodes, but I feel like this episode has the most costume work that we have seen you guys bring. Every time I turn around, someone's got a new prop and a new wig and a new whatever.
I'm living for every Thandor costume change. It happens every scene, and I'm not at all surprised that you have that many wigs, sir.
Thranduart is a costume professional. This man knows what he's doing.
I am living for the costume changes for Mercutio. And I liked someone in chat said Mercutio was Anna Wintour before Anna Wintour was Anna Wintour. And I so feel that.
Yes.
I was like Captain Mercadoing. I understood that reference.
I was going to say, all we get is his hands right now because I think he's going to wow us in the next part.
He's cooking up something.
Got to.
I am excited.
He's got to be saving his best for last, right?
Right.
Well, seeing as we are at the end of Act 2.
I actually found my old Henry VIII tunic, but nobody can see it. There's not enough on me on camera.
Oh, no. Send us all pics. Tweet us all some pics. All right, guys. Seeing as we are at the end of Act 2, this is the part of the show where we will take our 15-minute intermission. So go ahead, refresh, hit the restroom, do whatever you need to do to get yourself all ready for Act 3 of Romeo and Juliet.
Act 2, Brute.
And welcome back, everyone. Got so jealous of all the costume changes, decided to do one of my own. However, nothing I can do will outdo this cast, because I know that by the time we start Act 3, this is going to just go bananas. But banana is a good source of calcium. Leave the gun.
Potassium.
Take the banana. Potassium, yes, whatever. It's a misnomer in the first place.
All right, are we ready for...
I believe we are ready. So if the audience is ready for what this cast has ready for us, then my goodness. Let us go to Act 3, Scene 1.
I pray thee, good Mercutio, let's retire. The day is hot, the Capulets abroad, and if we meet, we shall not scape a brawl. For now, these hot days is the mad blood stirring.
Thou art like one of those fellows that, when enters the confines of a tanner, claps his sword upon the table and says, God, send me no need of thee, and by the operation of the second cup, draws it on the drawer, and when indeed there is no need.
Am I like such a fellow?
Come, come, thou art not as hot as a jack in thy mood as any in Italy, and as soon be moved to be moody, and as soon be moody to be moved.
And what too?
Nay, and there were two such, we should have none shortly, for one would kill the other. Why thou wilt quarrel with a man that hath fair more or hair less in his beard than thou hast. Thou wilt quarrel with a man for cracking nuts, having no other reason but that because thou hast hazel eyes. What eye but such an eye would spy out such a quarrel? Thy head is full of quarrels as an egg is full of meat, and yet thy head hath been beaten as addle as an egg for quarreling. Thou hast quarreled with a man for coughing in the street because he hath wakened thy dog that had lain asleep in the sun. Didst thou now fall out with a tailor for wearing his new doublet before Easter? With another for tying his new shoes with old ribbon? And yet thou wilt tutor me for quarreling.
And I were so apt to quarrel as thou art, any man should buy the fee simple of my life for an hour and a quarter.
Thy fee simple? Oh, simple.
By my head, here comes the Capulets.
By my heel, I cannot.
Follow me close, for I will speak to them. Gentlemen, good evening. A word with one of you.
Oh, and but one word with one of us? Couple it with something, make it a word and a blow.
Oh, you shall find me apt enough to that, sir, and you will give me occasion.
Could you not take some occasion without giving?
Mercutio, thou consortest with Romeo.
Oh! Consort? What dost thou make us minstrels? And thou make minstrels of us. Look to hear nothing but discords. Here's my fiddlestick. Thou shall make you dance. Zounds, consort!
We talk here in the public haunt of men. Either withdraw unto some private place and reason coldly of your grievances, or else depart. Here, all eyes gaze upon us.
Men's eyes were made to look, and let them gaze. I will not budge for no man's pleasure, I.
Well, peace be with you, sir. Here comes my man.
But I'll be hanged, sir, if he wear your livery. Marry, go before to field. He'll be your follower. Your worship in that sense may call him man.
Romeo, the love I bear thee can afford no better term than this. Thou art a villain.
Tybalt, the reason that I have to love thee doth much excuse the appertaining rage to such a greeting. Villain I am none. Therefore farewell. I see thou knowest me not.
Boy, this shall not excuse the injuries that thou hast done me. Therefore turn and drawl.
I do protest I never injured thee, but love thee better than thou canst devise, till thou shalt know the reason of my love. And so, good Capulet, which name I tender dearly as my own, be satisfied.
Oh, calm, dishonorable, vile submission. Alistair Carter carries it away. Tybalt, you rat catcher, will you walk?
What wouldst thou have with me?
Good king of cats, nothing but one of your 9 lives, that I mean to make bold withal, and as you shall use me hereafter, dry beat the rest of the 8. Will you pluck out your sword out of his pilcher by the ears? Make haste, lest mine be about your ears ere it be out.
I am for you.
Gentle Mercutio, put thy rapier up.
Come, sir, your passado.
Draw Benvolio, beat down their weapons. Gentlemen, for shame. Forbear this outrage. Tybalt, Mercutio, the prince hath expressly forbidden bandying in Verona streets. Hold, Tybalt, good, Mercutio.
Ha! Oh! Whenever you're ready, Petruchio.
Away, Tybalt.
I am hurt. Oh. A plague on both your houses. I am sped. Is he gone and hath nothing?
What? Art thou hurt?
Aye, a scratch. Marry, 'tis enough. Where is my page? Go, villain, fetch a surgeon. Oh.
Courage, man. The hurt cannot be much.
No, 'tis not so deep as well, nor so wide as a church door, but 'tis enough. 'Twill serve. Oh, ask me for tomorrow, and you shall find me a grave man. I am peppered, I warrant, for this world. A plague on both your houses! Zounds, a dog, a rat, a mouse, a cat to scratch a man's to death. A braggart, a rogue, oh, a villain that fights by the book of arithmetic. Why the devil came you between us? I was hurt under your arm.
I thought all for the best.
Help me into the house, Benvolio, where I shall faint. A plague on both your houses! Ah! Thou hast made worms meat of me. I have it, and soundly too. Your houses!
This gentleman, the prince's near ally, my very friend, hath got his mortal hurt on my behalf. My reputation stained with Tybalt's slander. Tybalt that an hour hath been my kinsman. Oh, sweet Juliet, thy beauty hath made me effeminate, and in my temper softened valor's steel.
Oh, Romeo. Romeo, brave Mercutio is dead. That gallant spirit hath aspired the clouds, which too untimely here did scorn the earth.
This day's black fate on more days doth depend. This but begins the woe others must end.
Here comes the furious Tybalt back again.
Alive in triumph, and Mercutio slain. Away to heaven, respective lenity, and fire-eyed fury be my conduct now. Now, Tybalt, take the villain back again. That late thou gavest me for Mercutio's soul is but a little way above our heads, staying for thine to keep him company. Either thou or I or both must go with him.
Thou, wretched boy, that didst consort him here, shalt with him hence.
This shall determine that.
Oh, Romeo, away, be gone. The citizens are up and Tybalt slain. Stand not amazed. The prince will doom thee death if thou art taken. Hence, be gone, away.
Oh, I am fortune's fool.
Why dost thou stay?
Which way ran he that killed Mercutio? Tybalt, that murderer, which way ran he?
There lies that Tybalt.
Up, sir, go with me. I charge thee in the prince's name, obey.
Where are those vile beginners of this fray?
Oh, noble prince, I can discover all. The unlucky manage of this fatal brawl. There lies the man slain by young Romeo, that slew thy kinsman, brave Mercutio.
My cousin! Oh, my brother's child! Oh, prince! Oh, cousin! Wife! Oh, the blood is spilled of my dear kinsman! Prince, as thou art true, for blood of ours shed blood of Montague! Cousin!
Benvolio, you began this bloody fray?
Tybalt, here slain, whom Romeo's hand did slay. Romeo, that spoke him fair, bade him bethink how nice the quarrel was, and urged withal your high displeasure. All this uttered with gentle breath, calm look, knees humbly bowed, could not take truce with the unruly spleen of Tybalt. Death to peace, but that he tilts with piercing steel at bold Mercutio's breast, who all as hot turns deadly point to point, and with a martial scorn, with one hand beats cold death aside, and with the other sends it back to Tybalt, whose dexterity retorts it. Romeo, he cries aloud, hold, friends, part! And swifter than his tongue, his agile arm beats down their fatal points, and twixt them rushes, underneath whose arm an envious thrust from Tybalt hit the life of stout Mercutio, and then Tybalt fled. But by and by comes back to Romeo, who had but newly entertained revenge, and they go like lightning, for ere I could draw depart them, was stout Tybalt slain, and as he fell, did Romeo turn and fly. This is the truth, or let Benvolio die.
He is kinsman to the Montague. Affection makes him false, he speaks not true. Some 20 of them fought in this black strife, and all those 20 could but kill one life. I beg for justice, which thou, prince, must give. Romeo slew Tybalt. Romeo must not live.
Romeo slew him. He slew Mercutio. Who now the price of his dear blood doth owe?
Not Romeo, prince. He was Mercutio's friend. His fault concludes but what the law should end, the life of Tybalt.
And for that offense, immediately we do exile him hence. I have no interest in your hate's proceeding. My blood for your rude brawls doth lie a-bleeding. But I'll immerse you with the strong fine, that you shall all repent the loss of mine. I will be deaf to pleading and excuses. No tears, no prayers shall purchase at uses. Therefore, use none. Let Romeo hence in haste, else when he is found, that hour is his last. Bear hence his bloody and attend our will. Mercy but murderers, pardoning thus that kill.
All right. Places for Act 3, Scene 2.
Gallop apace, you fiery-footed steeds. I just lost the page. Oh no. Gallop apace, you fiery-footed steeds, toward Phoebus's lodging. Such a wagoner as Phaeton would whip you to the west and bring in cloudy night immediately. Spread thy close curtain, love-performing night, that runaways' eyes may wink, and Romeo leap to these arms untalked of and unseen. Lovers can see to do their amorous rites by their own beauties, or, if love be blind, it best agrees with night. Come, civil knight, thou sober, suited matron, all in black, and learn me how to lose a winning match played for a pair of stainless maidenhoods. Put my unmanned blood bating in my cheeks with thy black mantle. Shall strange love grow bold, think true love acted simple modesty. Come, night, come, Romeo, come thou day, in night, for thou wilt lie upon the wings of night, whiter than new snow upon a raven's back. Come, gentle night, come, loving, black-browed night, give me my Romeo. And when I shall die, take him and cut him out in little stars. He will make the face of heaven so fine that all the world will be in love with him and pay no worship Eric's son. Oh, I have bought the mansion of a love, but not possessed it. And though I am sold, not yet enjoyed. So tedious is the day, as is the night before some festival to an impatient child that hath new robes and may not wear them. Oh, here comes my nurse, and she brings news in every tongue that speaks, but Romeo's name speaks heavenly eloquence. Now, nurse, what news? What hast thou there? The cords that Romeo bid thee fetch?
Aye, cords.
Ay me, what news? Why dost thou wring thy hands?
Oh, where are they? He's dead. He's dead. He's dead. We are undone, lady. We are undone. Alack the day. He is gone. He is killed. He is dead. Romeo can, though heaven cannot. Oh, Romeo, Romeo. Who would have ever thought it? Romeo.
What the devil art thou that dost so just to me? We should be warmed in dismal hell. Hath Romeo slain himself? Say not that I, and the bare vow I shall poison more than the death-darting eye of a cockatrice. I am not I, if there be such an eye, or if those eyes that shut, that makes the answer I. If he be slain, say I, or if not, no. Brief sounds determine my weal or woe.
I saw the wound. I saw it with mine eyes. God saved the mark here on his man's breast. A piteous course and a bloody piteous course. Pale as ashes and bedabbled in blood, all in gore blood. I swooned at the sight.
My heart, poor bankrupt, break at once to prison. Eyes ne'er look on liberty. Vile earth to earth resign. And motion here and now in Romeo press one heavy bier.
Oh, Tybalt. Tybalt, the best friend I had. Oh, courteous Tybalt. Honest gentleman, that ever I should live to see thee dead.
What storm is this that blows so contrary? Is Romeo slaughtered and is Tybalt dead? My dearest cousin and my dearer lord? Then, dreadful trumpet, sound the general doom, for who is living if those two are gone?
Tybalt is gone. Romeo banished. Romeo that killed him, he is banished.
Oh, God. Romeo shed Tybalt's blood?
It did. It did. The last the day, it did.
Oh, serpent heart. Hid with a flowering face, did ever dragon keep so fair a cave? Beautiful tyrant, fiend angelical, dove-feathered raven, wolvish ravening lamb, despised substance, divinest show, just opposite to what thou justly seemst. A damned saint, an honorable villain. Oh, nature, what's thou to do in hell when thou didst bower the spirit of a fiend in mortal paradise of such sweet flesh? Was ever book containing such vile matter so fairly bound? Oh, that deceit should dwell in such a gorgeous palace.
There is no trust, no faith, no honesty in men. All are perjured, all are forsworn, all not, all dissemblers. Where is my man? Give me some aquavitae. These griefs, these woes, these sorrows make me old. Shame come to Romeo.
Whispered be thy tongue for such a wish. He was not born to shame. Upon his brow shame is a shame to sit, which is a throne where honor may be crowned. Sole monarch of the universal earth, oh, what a beast was I to chide at him.
Will you speak well of him that killed your cousin?
Shall I speak ill of him that is my husband? Ah, poor my lord, what tongue shall smooth thy name when I, thy 3 hours wife, have mangled it? But wherefore, villain, didst thou kill my cousin? That villain cousin would have killed my husband. Back, foolish tears, back to your native spring. Your tributary drops belong to woe, which you, mistaking, offer up in joy. My husband lives, that Tybalt would have slain, and Tybalt's dead, that would have slain my husband. All this is comfort. Wherefore weep I then? Some word there was worser than Tybalt's death that murdered me, and I would forget it in vain, but oh, it presses to my memory like damned guilt to sinners' minds. Tybalt is dead, and Romeo is banished. That banished, that one word, banished, hath slain 10,000 Tybalts. Tybalt's death was woe enough if it had ended there, or if sour woe delights in fellowship and needly will be ranked with other griefs. I followed not when she said Tybalt's dead, thy father or thy mother, nay, or both. What modern lamentations might have moved, but a rearward following Tybalt's death, Romeo is banished. To speak that word is father, mother, Tybalt, Romeo, Juliet, all slain, all dead. Romeo is banished. There is no end, no limit, measure or bound in that word's death. No words can that woe sound. Where is my father and my mother, nurse?
Weeping and wailing over Tybalt's corse. Will you go to them? I will bring you thither.
Wash they his wounds with tears. Mine shall be spent when theirs are dry for Romeo's banishment. Take up these cords, poor ropes, you are beguiled, both you and I, for Romeo is exiled. He made for you a highway to my bed, but I, a maid, die maiden widowed. Come, cords. Come, nurse, all to my wedding bed. And death, not Romeo, take my maidenhead.
Hie to your chamber. I'll find Romeo to comfort you. I wot well where he is. Hark ye, your Romeo will be here at night. I'll to him. He is hid at Lawrence's cell.
Oh, find him. Give this ring to thy true knight and bid him come take his last farewell.
All right. Places for Act 3, Scene 3.
Romeo, come forth. Come forth, thou fearful man. Affliction is enamored of thy parts, and thou art wedded to calamity.
Father, what news? What is the prince's doom? What sorrow craves acquaintance at my hand that I yet know not?
Too familiar is my dear son with such sour company. I bring thee tidings of the prince's doom.
What less than doomsday is the prince's doom?
A gentler judgment vanished from his lips. Not body's death, but body's banishment.
Banishment. Be merciful, say death, for exile hath more terror in his look, much more than death. Do not say banishment.
Hence from Verona art thou banished. Be patient, for the world is broad and wide.
There is no world without Verona walls, but purgatory, torture, hell itself hence. Banished is banished from the world, and the world's exile is death. Then banished, it's death mistermed, calling death banishment. Thou cutt'st my head off with a golden axe and smilest upon the stroke that murders me.
Oh, deadly sin! Oh, rude unthankfulness! Thy fault our law calls death, but the kind prince, taking thy part, hath rushed aside the law and turned that black word death to banishment. This is dear mercy, and thou seest it not.
'Tis torture, not mercy. Heaven is here, where Juliet lives, and every cat and dog and little mouse, every unworthy thing live here in heaven and may look on her, but Romeo may not. More validity, more honorable state, more courtship lives in carrion flies than Romeo. They may seize on the white wonder of dear Juliet's hand and steal immortal blessing from her lips, who even in pure vestal modesty still blush as thinking their own kiss is sin. But Romeo may not, he is banished. Flies may do this, but I this must fly. They are free men, but I am banished. And sayest thou yet that exile is not death? Hadst thou no poison mixed, no sharp ground knife, no sudden mean of death, though ne'er so mean, but banished to kill me, banished! Oh, friar, the damned use of that word in hell! Howling attends it, hast thou the heart, being a divine, ghostly confessor, a sin absolver, and my friend professed, to mangle me with that word? Banish it.
Thou fond madman, hear me a little speak.
Oh, wilt thou speak again of banishment?
I'll give thee armor to keep off that word, adversity's sweet milk, philosophy, to comfort thee, though thou art banished.
Banished! Hang up philosophy! Unless philosophy can make a Juliet, displant the town, reverse a prince's doom, it helps not, it prevails not. Talk no more.
Oh, then I see that madmen have no ears.
How should they when wise men have no eyes?
Let me dispute with thee of thy estate.
Thou canst not speak of that thou dost not feel. Wert thou as young as I, Juliet thy love, an hour but married Tybalt murdered, doting like me and like me banished, then thou mightst thou speak, then mightst thou hear thy hair and fall upon the ground as I do now, taking the measure of an unmade grave.
Rise, one knocks. Good Romeo, hide thyself.
Not I, breath of heartsick groans. Mislike, enfold me from the search of eyes.
Hark how they knock. Who's there? Romeo, arise, thou wilt be taken. Stay a while, stand up. Run to my study, by and by. What simpleness is this? I come. Who knocks so hard? Whence came you? What's your will?
Let me come in, and you shall know my errand. I come from Lady Juliet.
Oh, welcome then.
Oh, holy friar. Oh, tell me, holy friar, where is my lady's lord? Where is Romeo?
There, on the ground, with his own tears made drunk.
Oh, he is even in my mistress' case, just in her case. Oh, woeful sympathy, piteous predicament. Even so lies she, blubbering and weeping and blubbering. Stand up, stand you be a man. For Juliet's sake and for her sake, rise and stand. Why should you fall into so deep an oath?
Nurse!
Ah, death is the end of all.
Speak thou of Juliet. How is it with her? Does she not think me an old murderer? Now I have stained the childhood of our joy with blood removed but a little from her own. Where is she? How doth she? And what says my concealed lady of our cancelled love?
Oh, she says nothing, sir, but weeps and falls on her bed and then starts up and Tybalt calls and then on Romeo cries and then falls down again.
As if that name shot from the deadly level of a gun did murder her, as that name's cursed hand murdered her kinsman. Oh, tell me, friar, tell me. In what viol's anatomy doth my name much tell me that I may sack the hateful mention?
Hold thy desperate hand. Art thou a man? Thy form cries out thou art. Thy tears are womanish. Thy wild acts denote the unreasonable fury of a beast. Unseemly woman in a seeming man, and ill-beseeming beast in seeming both. Thou hast amazed me. By my holy order, I thought thy disposition better tempered. Hast thou slain Tybalt? Wilt thou slay thyself and slay thy lady that in thy life lives by doing damned hate upon thyself? Why railst thou on thy birth, that heaven and earth? Since birth and heaven and earth, all three do meet in thee at once, which thou at once wouldst lose? Fie! Fie! Thou shamest thy shape, thy love, thy wit, which like a user aboundst in all and usest none in that true use indeed, which should bedeck thy shape, thy love, thy wit. Thy noble shape is but a form of wax, digressing from the valor of a man. Thy dear love sworn, but hollow perjury, killing thy love, which thou hast vowed to cherish. Thy wit, that ornament to shape and love, misshapen in the conduct of them both, like powder in a skilless soldier's flask, is set afire by thine own ignorance, and thou dismembered with thine own defense. What rouse thee, man? Thy Juliet is alive, for whose dear sake thou wast but lately dead. There art thou happy. Tybalt would kill thee, but thou slewest Tybalt. There art thou happy. The law that threatened death becomes thy friend and turns it to exile. There art thou happy. A pack of blessings light upon thy back. Happiness courts thee in her best array. But like a misbehaved and sullen wench, thou pout'st upon thy fortune and thy love. Take heed, for such die miserable. Go, get thee to thy love, as was decreed. Ascend her chamber hence, and comfort her. But look thou stay not till the watch be set, for then thou canst not pass to Mantua, where thou shalt live till we can find a time to blaze your marriage, reconcile your friends, beg pardon of the prince, and call thee back with 20,000 times more joy than thou wentst forth in lamentation. Go before, nurse, commend me to thy lady, and bid her hasten all the house to bed, which heavy sorrow makes them apt unto. Romeo is coming.
Oh, Lord. I could have stayed here all night to hear good counsel. Oh, what learning is. My lord, I will tell my lady you will come.
Do so, and bid my sweet prepare to chide.
Here, sir, a ring she bid me give you. High you make haste, for it grows very late.
How well my comfort is revived by this.
Go hence. Good night. And here stands all your state. Either be gone before the watch be set, or by the break of day, disguised from hence. Sojourn in Mantua. I'll find out your man, and he shall signify from time to time every good hap that chances here. Give me thy hand. 'Tis late. Farewell. Good night.
But that a joy, past joy, calls out on me. It were a grief so grief to part with thee. Farewell.
All right. Snaps all around, but we're moving on to Act 3, Scene 4.
Things have fallen out, sir, so unluckily that we have had no time to move our daughter. Look you, she loved her kinsman Tybalt dearly, and so did I. Well, we are born to die. 'Tis very late, she'll not come down tonight. I promise you, but for your company, I would have been abed an hour ago.
These times of woe offer no time to woo. Madam, good night. Commend me to your daughter.
I will.
You muted back.
I will. And know her mind early tomorrow. Tonight she is mewed up to her heaviness.
Sir Paris, I will make a desperate tender of my child's love. I think she will be ruled in all respects by me. Nay more, I doubt it not. Wife, go you to her ire, you go to bed. Acquaint her here of my son Paris's love, and bid her mark you me on Wednesday next. But soft, what day is this?
Monday, my lord.
Monday. Well, Monday is too soon. Oh, Thursday, let it be. Oh, Thursday, tell her she shall be married to this noble earl. Will you be ready? Do you like this haste? We'll keep no great ado, a friend or two. For hark you, Tybalt being slain so late, it may be thought we held him carelessly, being our kinsman, if we revel much. Therefore, we'll have half a dozen friends, and there an end. But what say you to Thursday?
My lord, I would that Thursday were tomorrow.
Well, get you gone, or Thursday it be then. Go you to Juliet ere you go to bed. Prepare her, wife, against this wedding day. Farewell, my lord. Light to my chamber, ho, for me it is very late that we may call it early and by. Good night.
All right. Act 3, Scene 5. Oh, Juliet, darling, you're muted.
Oh. Are we gone? It's not yet near day. That was the nightingale, and not the lark. The tear that pierced the fearful hollow of thine ear. Nightly she sings on yon pomegranate tree. Believe me, love, it was the nightingale.
Was the lark, the herald of the morn, no nightingale. Look, love, what envious streaks do lace the severing clouds in yonder east. Night's candles are burnt out, and darkened day stands tiptoe in the misty mountain tops. I must be gone and live, or stay and die.
John, light is not daylight. I know it. It is some meteor that the sun exhales to be thee this night a torchbearer and light thee on thy way to Mantua. Therefore stay yet. Thou needst not be gone.
Let me be ta'en. Let me be put to death. I am content, so thou wilt have it so. I'll say yon gray is not the morning's eye, but 'tis but the pale reflex of Cynthia's brow. Nor that is not the lark whose notes do beat the vaulty heaven so high above our heads. I have more care to stay than will to go. Come, death, and welcome. Juliet wills it so. Housed my soul. Let's talk. It is not day.
It is high hence, be gone, away. It is the lark that sings so out of tune, straining harsh discords and unpleasing sharps. Some say the lark makes sweet division. This doth not so, for she divideth us. Some say the lark and lo the toad change eyes. Oh, now I would that they had changed voices too, since arm from arm that voice doth us affray, hunting thee hence with hunts up to the day. Oh, now be gone. More light and light it grows.
More light and light. More dark and dark our woes.
Madam,
Nurse?
your lady mother is coming to your chamber. The day is broke. Be wary. Look about.
Then window, let day in and light out.
Farewell. Farewell. One kiss and I'll descend.
Art thou gone so, love? Lord, I, husband, friend, I must hear from thee every day in the hour, for in a minute there are many days. Oh, by this count I shall be much in years, ere I again behold my Romeo.
Farewell. I will omit no opportunity that may convey my greetings, love, to thee.
We shall ever meet again.
I doubt it not. And all these woes shall serve for sweet discourses in our time to come.
God, I have an ill-divining soul. Methinks I see thee now. Thou art so low as one dead in the bottom of a tomb. Either my eyesight fails or thou lookst so pale.
And trust me, love, in my eyes so do you. Dry sorrow drinks our blood. Adieu. Adieu.
Oh, fortune, fortune, all men call thee fickle. If thou art fickle, what dost thou with him that is renowned from faith? Be fickle, fortune, for then I hope thou wilt not keep him long, but send him back.
Oh, daughter, are you up?
Who is that calls? Is it my lady mother? Is she not down so late or up so early? What unaccustomed cause procures her hither?
Why, how now, Juliet?
Madam, I am not well.
Evermore weeping for your cousin's death? What, wilt thou wash him from his grave with tears? And if thou couldst not make him live. Therefore have done. Some grief shows much love, but much grief shows still some want of wit.
Yet let me weep for such a feeling loss.
So shall you feel the loss, but not the friend which thou weepst for.
Feeling so the loss cannot choose but ever weep the friend.
Well, girl, thou weepst not so much for his death as the villain lives which slaughtered him.
What villain, madam?
That same villain, Romeo.
Villain, and may he be many miles asunder. God pardon him. I do with all my heart, and yet no man like he doth grieve my heart.
That is because the traitor murderer lives.
I, madam, from the reach of these my hands, would none but I might venge my cousin's death.
Oh, we will have vengeance for it, fear thou not. Then weep no more. I'll send one to Mantua, where that same banished runagate doth live. Shall send him such an uncustomed dram that he shall soon keep Tybalt company, and then, I hope, thou wilt be satisfied.
Indeed, I never shall be satisfied with Romeo till I behold him dead. Is my poor heart for a kinsman vexed? Madam, if you could find out but a man to bear a poison, I would temper it, that Romeo should have, upon receipt thereof, soon sleep in quiet. My heart abhors to hear him named, and I cannot come to him to wreak the love I bore my cousin upon his body that slaughtered him.
Find thou's the means, and I'll find such a man. But now I'll tell thee of joyful tidings, girl.
The joy comes well in such a needy time. What are they, beseech your ladyship?
Well, thou hast a careful mother child, one who, to put thee from thy heaviness, hath sorted out a sudden day of joy that thou expectst not, nor I looked for.
Madam, in happy time, what day is that?
Marry, my child, early next Thursday morn. The gallant, young, and noble gentleman, the County Paris at St. Peter's Church, shall happily make thee there a joyful bride.
Now by St. Peter's Church, and Peter too, he shall not make me there a joyful bride. I wonder at this haste that I must wed ere he that should be husband comes to woo. I pray thee, tell my lord and mother, madam, I will not marry yet. And when I do, I swear it shall be Romeo, whom I know you hate, rather than Paris. These are news indeed.
Here comes your mother. Tell her so yourself, and see how she will take it at your hands.
When the sun sets, the air doth drizzle dew. Before the sunset of my brother's son, it rains downright. How now, a conduit girl, but still in tears evermore showering. In one little body thou counterfeits a bark, a sea, a wind, where still thy eyes, which I may call the sea, do ebb and flow with tears. The bark thy body is, sailing in this salt flood. The winds thy sighs, who raging with thy tears, and they with them without a sudden calm will overset the tempest-tossed body. How now, wife, have you delivered to her our decree?
Aye, madam, but she will none. She gives you thanks. I would the fool were married to her grave.
Soft, take me with you, wife. How will she none? Doth she not give us thanks? Is she not proud? Does she not count her blessed, unworthy as she is, that we have wrought so worthy a gentleman to be her bride?
Not proud you have, but thankful you have. Proud I can never be of what I hate, but thankful even for hate that is meant love.
How now? How? Chopped logic, what is this? Proud, and I thank you, and I thank you not, and yet not proud? Mistress minion you, thank me no thankings, nor proud me no prouds, but fettle your fine joints against Thursday next to go with Paris to St. Peter's Church, or I will drag thee on a hurdle thither. Out, you green sickness, Karen, out, you baggage, you tallow face.
Fie, what are you, mad?
Good father, I beseech you, on my knees, hear me with patience but to speak a word.
Hang thee, you baggage, disobedient wretch. I tell thee what, get thee to church, O Thursday, or never look me in the face. Speak not, reply not. Do not answer me. My fingers itch. Wife, we scarce thought us blessed that God had lent us but this only child. But now I see this one is one too much, and that we have a curse in having her. Out on her, Heidling.
God in heaven bless her. You are to blame, my lord, to rate her so.
And why, my lady Wisdom? Hold your tongue, good Prudence. Smatter with your gossips, go.
I speak no treason.
Oh God, it couldn't.
May not one speak?
Peace, you mumbling fool. Utter your gravity o'er gossip's bowl, for here we need it not.
You are too hot.
God's bread, it makes me mad. Day, night, hour, tide, time, work, play, alone in company, still my care hath been to have her matched. And having now provided a gentleman of noble parentage, of fair dimsness, youthful and nobly trained, stuffed, as they say, with honorable parts, proportioned as one thoughts would wish a man, and then to have a wretched, pulling fool, a whining mammet in her fortune's tender to answer, I'll not wed, I cannot love, I am too young, I pray you pardon me, and you will not wed, I'll pardon you. Graze where you will, you shall not house with me. Look to it, think on it. I do not use to jest. Thursday is near. Lay hand on heart, advise, and you be mine, I'll give you to my friend. And you not? Hang, beg, starve, die in the streets. For by my soul, I'll ne'er acknowledge thee, nor what is mine shall never do thee good. Trust to bethink you, I'll not be forsworn.
Is there no pity sitting in the clouds that sees into the bottom of my grief? Oh, sweet my mother, cast me not away. Delay this marriage for a month, a week. Or if you do not make the bridal bed in the dim monument where Tybalt lies.
Talk not to me, for I'll not speak a word. Do as thou wilt, for I have done with thee.
Oh, God. Oh, nurse, how should this be prevented? My husband is on earth, my faith in heaven. How shall that faith return again to earth unless that husband send it me from heaven by leaving earth? Comfort me. Counsel me. Alack that heaven should practice stratagems upon so soft a subject as this. What sayest thou? Hast thou not a word of joy? Some comfort, nurse.
Faith. Here it is. Romeo is banished, and by all the world nothing, that he dares ne'er come back to challenge you. Or, if he do, it needs must be by stealth. Then, since the case so stands as now it doth, I think it best you married with the country. Oh, he is a lovely gentleman. Romeo's a disclout to him, an eagle, madam, hath not so green, so quick, so fair an eye as Paris hath. Beshrew my very heart, I think you are happy in this second match, for it excels your first. Or if it did not, your first is dead, or 'twere as good he were, as living here, and you of no use to him.
Speakest thou from thy heart?
And from my soul, too. Else beshrew them both.
Amen.
What?
Well, thou hast comforted me marvelous much. Go in and tell my lady I am gone, having displeased my father, to Lawrence's cell to make confession, and to be absolved.
Marry I will, and this is wisely done.
Ancient damnation. O most wicked fiend. Henceforth shall be twain. I'll to the friar to know his remedy. If all else fails, myself have power to die.
And that is the end of Act 3.
My God, you guys. Like, the tone shift and all the feels in that act.
Dude, I gotta give props to our Romeo and Juliet. Holy crud monkey.
Both you ladies. My goodness. I've never felt anything for these characters. I've felt no sympathy. I felt no, they could not bring me to feel sad for them. But here I am, just.
I'm hung on every single time they speak. And normally, yeah, I mean, when we watch it in normal live theater, it's like, oh, okay, whatever. But you guys, I swear, Terry and Jen, you're brava, my darlings, brava.
Jen, it was so hard to disown you.
This whole act had such just a gut punch quality about it that this play deserves.
This is how it should be played every time.
Oh, it was better than this play has ever gotten from me. Goodness.
Uh-huh.
Whew. You ladies, for real. In the new canon for the show in my head is Jen is Juliet and Terry is Romeo. That's just it. That's how I'm going to see this show for the rest of my days. Oh my goodness.
All right. If you have been crying, please hydrate, says your voice of God. And if we're ready, we will move to places for Act 4, Scene 1.
On Thursday, sir, the time is very short.
My father Capulet will have it so, and I'm nothing slow to slack his haste.
You say you do not know the lady's mind. Uneven is the course, I like it not.
Immoderately she weeps for Tybalt's death, and therefore have I little talked of love, for Venus smiles not in a house of tears. Now, sir, her father counts it dangerous that she do give her sorrow so much sway, and in his wisdom hastes our marriage, to stop the inundation of her tears, which, too much minded by herself alone, may be put from her by society. Now, do you know the reason of this haste?
I would I knew not why it should be slowed. Look, sir, here comes the lady toward myself.
Happily met, my lady and my wife.
Oh, Juliet.
That may be, sir, when I may be a wife.
That may be, must be, love, on Thursday next.
What must be shall be.
That's a certain text.
Come you to make confession to this father?
To answer that, I should confess to you.
Do not deny to him that you love me.
I will confess to you that I love him.
So will ye, I am sure that you love me.
If I do so, it will be of more price being spoke behind your back than to your face.
Oh, poor soul, thy face is much abused with tears.
Tears have got small victory by that, for it was bad enough before their spite.
Thou wrong'st it more than tears with that report.
That is no slander, sir, which is a truth, and which I spake. I spake it to my face.
Thy face is mine, and thou hast slandered it.
Maybe so, for it is not mine own. Are you at leisure, Holy Father, now, or shall I come to you at evening mass?
Good Lord. Sorry.
Are you at leisure, Holy Father, now, or shall I come to you at evening mass?
My leisure serves me, pensive daughter, now. My lord, we must entreat the time alone.
God shield I should disturb devotion. Juliet, on Thursday early will I rouse ye. Till then, adieu, and keep this holy kiss.
Oh, shut the door. When thou hast done so, come weep with me, past hope, past cure, past help.
Oh, Juliet, I already know thy grief. It strains me past the compass of my wits. I hear thou must, and nothing may prorogue it, on Thursday next be married to this county.
Tell me not, friar, that thou hearest of this, unless thou tell me how I may prevent it. If in thy wisdom thou can give no help, do thou but call my resolution wise, and with this knife I'll help it presently. God joined my heart and Romeo's, thou our hands, and ere by this hand by thee to Romeo sealed, shall be the label to another deed, or my true heart with treacherous revolt turn to another, this shall slay them both. Therefore, out of thy long experience time, give me some present counsel, or behold, twixt my extremes and this bloody knife shall play the umpire, arbitrating that which the commission of thy years and art could to no issue of true honor bring. Be not so long to speak, I long to die, if what thou speak'st is not of remedy.
Hold, daughter, I do spy a kind of hope. which craves as desperate an execution as that is desperate which we would prevent. If, rather than to marry County Paris, thou hast the strength of will to slay thyself, then is it likely thou wilt undertake a thing like death to chide away this shame that copest with death himself to escape from it? And if thou darest, I'll give thee remedy.
Oh, bid me leap, rather than marry Paris, from off the battlements of yonder tower, or walk in thievish ways, or bid me lurk where serpents are, chain me with roaring bears, or shut me nightly in a charnel house, or covered quite with dead men's rattling bones, with reeky shanks and yellow chapless skulls, or bid me go into a new-made grave, and hide me with a dead man in his shroud, things that to hear them told have made me tremble, and I will do it without fear or doubt, to live an unstained wife to my sweet love.
Hold then, go home, be merry, give consent to marry Paris. Tomorrow night, look that thou hide and lie alone, not the nurse with thee in thy chamber. Take thou this vial, being then in bed, and this distilled liquor drink thou off, when presently through all thy veins shall run a cold and drowsy humor. For no pulse shall keep his native progress, but surcease. No warmth, no breath shall testify thou livest. The roses in thy lips and cheeks shall fade to wanny ashes. The eyes' windows fall like death when he shuts up the day of life. Each part, deprived of supple government, shall, stiff and stark and cold, appear like death. And in this borrowed likeness of shrunk death, thou shalt continue 42 hours, and then awake as from a pleasant sleep. Now, when the bridegroom morning to rouse thee from thy bed, there art thou dead. Then, as the man of our country is in thy best robes and covered on the bier, thou shalt be borne to that same ancient vault where all the kindred of the Capulets lie. In the meantime, against thou shalt awake, shall Romeo, by my letters, know our drift, and hither shall he come, and he and I will watch thy waking, and that very night shall Romeo bear thee hence to Mantua, and this shall free thee from this present shame, if no inconstant toy nor womanish fear abate thy valor in the acting of it.
Give me, oh, tell me not of fear.
Hold, get you gone. Be strong and prosperous in this resolve. I'll send a friar with speed to Mantua, with my letters to thy lord.
Love, give me strength, and strength shall help afford. Farewell, dear father.
All right, Act 4, Scene 2.
So many guests invite as here are writ.
Lord
You
Cap.
shall have none ill, sir, for I'll try if they can lick their fingers.
How canst thou try them so?
Oh, marry, sir, 'tis an ill cook that cannot lick his own fingers. Therefore, he that cannot lick his fingers goes not with me.
Go, be gone. We shall be much unfurnished for this time. What is my daughter gone to Friar Lawrence?
Ah, forsooth.
Well, he may chance to do some good on her. A peevish, self-willed harlotry it is.
See where she comes from. Shirked with merry look.
How now, my headstrong? Where have you been gadding?
Where I have learned me to repent the sin of disobedient opposition to you and your behests, and am enjoined by holy Lawrence to fall prostrate here, to beg your pardon. Pardon, I beseech you, henceforward I am ever ruled by you.
Send for the county. Go, tell him of this. I'll have this knot knit up tomorrow morning.
I met the youthful lord at Lawrence's cell, and gave him what becomed love I might, not stepping o'er the bounds of modesty.
Why, I'm glad on it. This is well. Stand up. This is as it should be. Let me see the county. I, Mary, go, I say, and fetch him hither. Now, afore God, this reverend holy friar, our whole city is much bound to him.
Nurse, will you go with me into my closet to help me sort such needful ornaments as you think fit to furnish me tomorrow?
No, not till Thursday. There's time enough.
Go, nurse, go with her. We're to church tomorrow.
We shall be short in our provision. 'Tis now near night.
Tush, I will stir about, and all things shall be well. I warrant thee, wife. Go thou to Juliet, and help her deck up. Help to deck her up. I'll not to bed tonight. Let me alone. I'll play the housewife for this once. What ho! They are all forth. Well, I will walk myself to County Paris to prepare him against tomorrow. My heart is wondrous light since the same wayward girl is so reclaimed.
All right, Act 4, Scene 3.
Aye, those attires are best. But gentle nurse, I pray thee, leave me to myself tonight, for I have need of many orisons to move the heavens to smile upon my state, which well thou knowest is cross and full of sin.
What? Art thou busy, ho? Need you my help?
No, madam, we have culled such necessaries as are behooveful for our state tomorrow. So please you, now let me be left alone, and let the nurse this night sit up with you, for I am sure you have your hands full in all of this sudden business.
Good night. Get thee to bed and rest, for thou hast need.
Farewell. God knows when we shall meet again. I have a faint cold fear thrills through my veins that almost freezes up the heat of life. I'll call them back again to comfort me. Nurse! What should she do here? My dismal scene, I must act alone. Come, Vile. What if this mixture does not work at all? Shall I be married then tomorrow morning? No, no, this shall forbid it. Lie thou there. What if it be a poison which the friar subtly hath ministered to have me dead, lest in this marriage he should be dishonored because he married me to Romeo? I fear it is, and yet methinks it should not, for he hath still been a holy man. How if when I am laid into the tomb I wake before the time that Romeo come to redeem me, that there's a fearful point. Shall I not be stifled in the vault, to whose foul mouth no healthsome air breathes in, and there die strangled ere my Romeo comes? Or if I live, is it not very like this horrible conceit of death and night, together with the terror of the place, as in a vault, an ancient receptacle, where for this many 100 years the bones of all my buried ancestors are packed, where bloody Tybalt, but green in earth, lies festering in his shroud, where, as they say, at some hours in the night spirits resort. Alack, alack, it is not that I, so early waking, what with loathsome smells and shrieks like mandrakes torn out of the earth, that living mortals hearing them run mad. Oh, if I wake, shall I not be distraught and environed with all those hideous fears, and madly play with my forefathers' joints, and pluck the mangled Tybalt from his shroud, and in this rage, with some great kinsman's bone, as with a club dash out my desperate brains? Oh, look. Methinks I see my cousin's ghost seeking out Romeo that did spit his body upon a rapier's point. Stay, Tybalt, stay! Romeo. 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 Here's drink. I drink to thee.
All right, Act 4, Scene 4.
Hold! Take these keys and fetch more spices, nurse.
They call for dates and quinces in the pastry.
Come, stir, stir, stir. The second cock hath crowed. The curfew bell hath rung. 'Tis 3 o'clock. Look to the baked meats, good Angelica. Spare not for the cost.
Go, you Paquiendo. Bed plate. You'll be sick tomorrow for this night's watching.
No, not a whit. What? I have watched ere now all night for lesser cause, and ne'er been sick.
Aye, you have been a mouse hunt in your time, but I will watch you from such watching now.
A jealous hood, a jealous hood. Now, fellow, what is there?
Things for the cook, sir, but I know not what.
Make haste, make haste. Sirrah, fetch drier logs, call Peter. He will show thee where they are.
I have a head, sir, that will find out logs, and never trouble Peter for the matter.
Mass and well said. A merry whoreson, ha! Thou shalt be loggerhead. Good faith, 'tis day. The county will be here with music straight, for so he said he would. I hear him near. Nurse, wife! What ho, what nurse, I say? Go, waken Juliet, and trim her up. I'll go and chat with Paris. Hi, make haste, the bridegroom, he has come already. Make haste, I say.
All right. Act 4, Scene 5.
Mistress? What mistress? Juliet. Fast, I'll warrant her, she... Why, lamb. Why, lady. Why, you slug a bed. Why, love, I say. Madam. Sweetheart. Why, bride. What, not a word. You take your penny's worth now. Sleep for a week. For the next night, I warrant you. The county Paris hath set up his rest, that you shall rest but little. God forgive me, Mary and amen. How sound she is asleep. I must needs wake her. Madam, madam, madam. Let the county take you in your bed. He'll fright you right up, in faith, will it not be? What dresses, and in your clothes, and down again? I must needs wake you. Lady, lady, lady. Alas, help, help. My lady is dead. Oh, well day that ever I was born. Some aquavita, oh, my lord, my lady.
What noise is here?
Oh, lamentable day.
What is the matter?
Look, look, oh, heavy day.
Oh, me. Oh, me. My child. My only life. Revive. Look up, or I will die with thee. Help. Help. Go help.
For shame, bring Juliet forth. Her lord is come.
She's dead. Deceased. She's dead. Alack the day.
Alack the day. She's dead. She's dead. She's dead.
Let me see her out. Alas, she's cold. Her blood is settled and her joints are stiff. Light, these lips have long been separated. Death lies on her like an untimely frost upon the sweet flower of all the field.
Lamentable day.
Oh, woeful time.
Death that hath ta'en her hands to make me wail, ties up my tongue, and will not let me speak.
Is the bride ready to go to church?
Ready to go, but never to return. Oh, son, The night before thy wedding day hath death lain with thy wife. There she lies, flower as she was, deflowered by him. Death is my son-in-law. Death is my heir. My daughter he hath wedded. I will die and leave him all. Life living all is death's.
Have I thought long to see this morning's face, and doth it give me such a sight as this?
Cursed, unhappy, wretched, hateful day! Most miserable hour that e'er time saw in lasting labor of his pilgrimage. But one poor and loving child, but one thing to rejoice and solace in, and cruel death has catched it from my sight.
Oh, woe, oh, woeful day, most lamentable day, most woeful day that ever I did yet behold. Oh day, oh day, oh day, oh hateful day, never was seen so black a day as this. Oh woeful day, oh woeful day.
Beguiled, divorced, wronged, spited, slain, most detestable death by thee beguiled, by cruel thee quite overthrown. O love, O life, not life, but love and death.
Despised, distressed, hated, martyred, killed. Uncomfortable time, why camest thou now to murder our solemnity? O child, my soul, and not my child. Dead art thou. Alack, my child is dead, and with my child my joys are buried.
Peace! Ho, for shame! Confusion's cure lives not in these confusions. Heaven and yourself had part in this fair maid. Now heaven hath all, and all the better is it for the maid. Your part in her you could not keep from death, but heaven keeps his part in eternal life. The most you sought was her promotion, for 'twas your heaven she should be advanced, and weep ye now, seeing she is advanced above the clouds, as high as heaven itself? Oh, in this love, you love your child so ill that you run mad, seeing that she is well. She's not well married that lives married long, but she's best married that dies married young. Dry up your tears and stick your rosemary on this fair course, and as the custom is, and in her best array, bear her to church. For though some nature bids us all lament, yet nature's tears are reason's merriment.
All things that we ordained festival turn from their office to black funeral. Our instruments to melancholy bells, our wedding cheer to sad burial feast, our solemn hymns to sullen dirges change, our bridal flowers served for buried course, and all things change them to the contrary.
Sir, go you in, and madam, go with him, and go, Sir Paris. Every one prepare to follow this fair course unto her grave. The heavens do lower upon you for some ill. Move them no more by crossing their high will.
Hey, we may put up our pipes and be gone.
Honest good fellows, put up. For well you know this is a pitiful case.
Aye, by my troth, this case may be amended.
Musicians, oh musicians, heartsease, heartsease. Oh, and you will have me live, play heartsease.
Why heart's ease?
Oh musicians, because my heart itself plays my heart is full. Oh, play me some merry dump to comfort me.
Not a dump. 'Tis no time to play now.
You will not then?
No.
I will then give it to you soundly.
What will you give us?
No money on my faith, but the Greek. I will give you the minstrel.
Then I will give you the serving creature.
Then will I lay the serving creature's dagger at your pate. I will carry no crotchets. I'll ree you. I'll fire you. Do you note me?
And you ray us and fire us. You note us.
Pray you, put up your dagger and put out your wit.
Then have you at with my wit. I will dry beat you with an iron wit and put up my iron dagger. Answer me like men. When griping grief the heart doth wound, and doleful dumps the mind oppress, then music with her silver sound. Why silver sound? Why music with her silver sound? What say you, Simon Catling?
Marry, sir, because silver hath a sweet sound.
Pretty. What say you, Hugh Reback?
I say silver sound because musicians sound for silver.
Pretty too. And what say you, James Soundpost?
Faith, I know not what to say.
Oh, I cry you mercy. You are the singer. I will sing it for you. It is music with her silver sound because musicians have no gold for sounding. Then music with her silver sound with speedy help doth lend redress.
What a pestilent knave is this same.
Hang him, Jack. Come, we'll in here, tarry for the mourners, and stay dinner.
All right. That is the end of Act 4. Holy crap, you guys.
It's quiet uptown.
Right.
Oh. Yeah, okay, so
Love you guys.
yeah, well, we obviously love
love
you guys
you.
too. And did I get that right in the chat there, Terry? You were saying that Juliet's soliloquy gets cut in most versions?
Yes. Yes, in most versions it seems to get cut. I think that it most often gets cut for time. However, I also truly in my heart believe that most teenage actors cannot deliver that speech with the kind of gravitas that it deserves.
I believe it. And Jen killed it. So
Yeah, yeah, she slaughtered that thing. That was beautiful. It was the best I've ever heard that speech delivered. Ever. It was perfect, Jen.
it would have
Great
been a
job.
crime to have lost that tonight.
I'm not kidding. This is the first time I've actually enjoyed this show. Like,
Same.
I'm amazed with the quality coming through here. You guys are incredible.
I really think having a Juliet who is not played by an 18-year-old girl makes a huge difference.
Fair.
Like we keep talking about what are the best modern updates of different Shakespeare plays. Like every time we do a Shakespeare play, we're like, what was a good version that somebody did of this? I think you just age these characters up a bit, and there's a lot that's good here that just never gets done.
Also, I think there's a lot to be said for having them played young because they are, and so much of what they do is just this the impulsiveness of adolescence.
Well,
and headstrong kids.
I agree with you.
The bolting for the bed.
Shakespeare was 30-ish when he wrote this play. And I think that he wrote these characters much more mature on the whole than actual teenagers would have been, even in a time period when these teenagers would have been married and having families of their own. They are still teenagers, and they don't necessarily have the life experience and the wherewithal to deal with what they're going through. And Romeo and Juliet, I feel like Romeo is better written as a teenager. Juliet is much more mature than her 13 years. She comes across as a mature 30-year-old woman. She's not a kid.
Which is, I think, when I go back to like my favorite versions of this play, I have to go with Franco Zeffirelli because Olivia Hussey, at all of 16 years old, delivers this perfectly.
She did, but that speech is cut in that version.
It's in the Baz Luhrmann version, I think.
Nope, it's not. Claire Danes would never have been able to deliver that speech.
No, I'm almost positive it is because I know she does. It might be half of it. Yeah,
part of it is there, but not the meat of it.
I think we can all agree that whether it's there or not, Jen did a phenomenal job delivering
Jen
it.
killed it.
Indeed.
Props to Jen. Great job. Yeah.
And a wonderful job sobbing by Our Lady Capulet.
Oh
too.
my goodness.
Yeah,
I was feeling so many feels.
Oh my gosh,
Well,
y'all have shed so many tears. Please remember to hydrate. Y'all have been crying so beautifully. But
well, everything hits different after you're a parent, and I think this is the first time I'm experiencing this show since I became a parent. So all of this that's coming off of a Goblin was hitting me a little different tonight. Whew.
Right, because you put yourself in the shoes of the parent, like, oh my God, what if this was my kid?
Yes.
Yeah. I don't think about that. We can move on now.
All right. Are we ready to move on to Act 5, Scene 1?
Yes, let's please.
So.
Please.
If I may trust the flattering truth of sleep, my dreams presage some joyful news at hand. My bosom's lord sits lightly in his throne, and all this day an unaccustomed spirit lifts me above the ground with cheerful thoughts. I dreamt my lady came and found me dead. Strange dream that gives a dead man leave to think, and breathed such life with kisses in my lips that I revived and was an emperor. Ah, me. How sweet is love itself possessed but love's shadows are so rich in joy. Ah, news from Verona! How now, Balthazar? Dost thou not bring me letters from the friar? How doth my lady? Is my father well? How fares my Juliet? That I ask again, for nothing can be ill if she be well.
Then she is well, and nothing can be ill. Her body sleeps in Capel's monument, and her immortal part with Angel lives. I saw her lay low in her kindred's vault, and presently took post to tell it to you. Oh, pardon me for bringing these ill news, since you did leave for my office, sir.
Even so? Then I defy you, stars. Thou knowest my lodging. Give me ink and paper, and hire post horses. I will hence tonight.
I do beseech you, sir, have patience. Your looks are pale and wild, and do import some misadventure.
Hush! Thou art deceived. Leave me, and do the thing I bid thee do. Hast thou no letters to me from the friar?
No, my good lord.
No matter, get thee gone, and hire those horses. I'll be with thee straight. Well, Juliet. I will lie with thee tonight. Let me see for means. Oh, mischief, thou art swift to enter in the thoughts of desperate men. I do remember an apothecary, and hereabouts he dwells, with, late I noted, in tattered weeds, with overwhelming brow, culling of simples. Meager were his looks, sharp misery had worn him to the bones, and in his needy shop a tortoise hung, an alligator stuffed, and other skins of ill-shaped fishes, and about his shelves a beggarly account of empty boxes, green earthen pots, bladders, and musty seeds, remnants of pack thread, and old cakes of roses were thinly scattered to make up a show. Noting this penury, to myself I said, and if a man did need a poison now, whose sale is present death in Mantua, here lives a captive wretch that I would sell it him. Oh, this same thought did but forerun my need, and this same needy man must sell it me. As I remember, this should be the house. Being holiday, the beggar's shop is shut. What ho, apothecary!
Ooh, call so loud.
Come hither, man. I see thou art poor. Hold, there is 40 ducats. Let me have a dram of poison, such soon speeding gear as will disperse itself through all the veins, that the life-weary taker may fall dead, and that the trunk may discharged of breath as violently as hasty powder fire doth hurry from the fatal cannon's wound.
Such mortal drugs I have, but Mantua's law is death to any who utters them.
Art there so bare and full of wretchedness, and fierce to die? Famine is in thy cheeks. Need and oppression starveth in thine eyes. Contempt and beggary hangs upon thy back. The world is not thy friend, nor thy world's law. The world affords no be rich. Then be not poor, but break it, and take this.
My poverty, but not my will, consents.
I pay thy poverty and not thy will.
Put this in any liquid thing you will, and drink it off, and if you had the strength of 20 men, it would dispatch you straight.
There is gold. Worse poison to men's souls, doing more murder in this loathsome world than the 4 compounds that thou mayst not sell. I sell thee poison, thou hast sold me none. Farewell, buy food, get thyself in flesh. Come, cordial, and not poison, go with me to Juliet's grave, for there I must use thee.
Everything just shut down.
All right. Act 5, Scene 2.
You're not on. We're
Holy Franciscan friar! Brother Ho!
This same should be the voice of Friar John. Welcome from Mantua. What says Romeo? Or if his mind be writ, give me his letter.
Going to find a barefoot brother out one of our order to associate me here in the city visiting the sick, and finding him, the searchers of the town, suspecting that we were both in a house ere the infectious pestilence did reign, sealed up the doors and would not let us forth, so that my speed to Mantua there was stayed.
Who bare my letter then to Romeo?
I could not send it. Here it is again. Nor get a messenger to bring it to thee, so fearful they were of infection.
Unhappy fortune! By my brotherhood, the letter was not nice, but full of charge of dear import, and the neglecting it may do much danger. Friar John, go hence, get me an iron crow and bring it straight unto my cell.
Brother, I'll go and bring it to thee.
Now must I to the monument alone. Within these 3 hours will fair Juliet wake. She will beshrew me much that Romeo hath had no notice of these accidents. But I will write again to Mantua and keep her at my cell till Romeo come. Poor living corpse closed in a dead man's tomb.
Apologies, I was having some technical issues, but we're fine. Act 5, Scene 3.
Give me thy torch, boy, hence, and stand aloof. Yet put it out, for I would not be seen. Under yon yew trees lie thee all along, holding thine ear close to the hollow ground. So shall no foot upon the churchyard tread, being loose, unfirm with digging up of graves. But thou shalt hear it. Whistle then to me, as a signal thou hearst something approach. Give me those flowers. Do as I bid thee. Go.
I am almost afraid to stand alone here in the churchyard, yet I will adventure.
Sweet flower, with flowers thy bridal bed I strew. Oh, woe! Thy canopy is dust and stones, which with sweet water nightly I will do. Or, wanting that, with tears distilled by moans, the obsequies that I for thee will keep, nightly shall be to stew thy grave and weep. The boy gives warning something doth approach. What cursed foot wanders this way tonight, to cross my obsequies and true love's right? What with a torch? Muffle me night a while.
Give me that mattock and the wrenching iron. Hold. Take this letter. Early in the morning, see thou deliver it to my lord and father. Give me the light. Upon thy life I charge thee, whate'er thou seest, stand all aloof, and do not interrupt me in my course. Why I descend into this bed of death is partly to behold my lady's face, but chiefly to take thence from her dead finger a precious ring. A ring that I must use in dear employment. Therefore hence, be gone. But if thou, jealous, dost return to pry in what I further still intend to do, by heaven I will tear thee joint by joint and strew this hungry churchyard with thy limbs. The time and my intents are savage, wild, more fierce and more inexorable far than empty tigers of a roaring sea.
I will be gone, sir, and not trouble you.
So shalt thou show me friendship. Take thou that. Live and be prosperous and fare well, good fellow.
For all this same, I'll hide me hereabout. His looks I fear, and his intents I doubt.
Thou detestable maw, thou womb of death, gorged with the dearest morsel of the earth. Thus I enforce thy rotten jaws to open, and in despite I'll cram thee with more food.
This is that banished haughty Montague that murdered my love's cousin, with which grief it is supposed the fair creature died. And here come to do some villainous sham to the dead bodies. I will apprehend him. Stop thy unhallowed toil, vile Montague. Can vengeance be pursued further than death? Condemned villain, I do apprehend thee. Obey and go with me, for thou must die.
Must, indeed, and therefore I came hither. Good, gentle youth, don't tempt not a desperate man. Fly hence and leave me. Think upon these gone, let them affright thee. I beseech thee, youth, put not another sin upon my head by urging me to fury. Oh, be gone. By heaven, I love thee better than I love myself, for I come hither armed against myself. Stay not. Be gone, live, and hereafter stay. A madman's mercy bid thee run away.
I do defy thy commination, and apprehend thee for a felon here.
Wilt thou provoke me? Then have at thee, boy.
Oh Lord, they fight. I will go call the watch.
Oh, I am slain. If thou be merciful, open the tomb. Ray me with Juliet.
Faith, I will. Let me peruse this face. Ah, Mercutio's kinsman, noble county, Paris. What said my man when betossed soul did not attend him as we rode? I think he told me Paris should have married Juliet. Said he not so? Did I dream it so? Or am I mad, hearing him talk of Juliet? Ugh. To think it was so. Oh, give me thy hand. One writ with me in sour misfortune's book. I'll bury thee in a triumphant grave. Grave. Oh, no. A lantern, slaughtered youth. For here lies Juliet, and her beauty makes this vault a feasting presence full of light. Death, lie thou there, by a dead man interred. How oft, when men are at the point of death, have they been merry, which their keepers call lightning before death. Oh, how may I call this a lightning? Oh, my love, my wife. Death that has sucked the honey of thy breath hath no power yet upon thy beauty. Oh, thou art not conquered. Beauty's ensign yet is crimson in thy lips and in thy cheeks, and death's pale flag hath not advanced there. Tybalt, liest thou there in thy bloody sheet? Oh, what more favor can I do thee than with that hand that cut thy youth in twain to sunder his that was thine enemy? Forgive me, cousin. Oh, dear Juliet, why art thou yet so fair? Shall I believe that unsubstantial death is amorous, and that the lean, abhorred monster keeps thee here in the dark to be his paramour? For fear of that, I will stay with thee, and never from this place of dim night depart again. Here I will remain with worms that are thy chambermaids. Oh, here will I set up my everlasting rest, and shake the yoke of inauspicious stars from this world-wearied flesh. Eyes, look your last. Arms, take your last embrace, and lips, oh, you, the doors of death. Breath, seal with a righteous kiss, a dateless bargain to engrossing death. Come, bitter conduct come, unsavory guide. Thou desperate pilot, now at once run on, dashing rocks thy seasick weary bark. Pierced, my love. Oh, true apothecary. Thy drugs are quick. That's with a kiss. I die.
Saint Francis be my speed. How oft tonight have my old feet stumbled at graves. Who's there?
Here's one, a friend, one that knows you well.
Bliss be upon you. Tell me, good my friend, what torch is yond that vainly lends his light to grubs and eyeless skulls? As I discern, it burneth in the Capel's monument.
It doth, holy sir, and there's my master, one that you love.
Who is it?
Romeo.
How long hath he been there?
Full half an hour.
Go with me to the vault.
I dare not, sir. My master knows not, but I am gone hence, and fearfully did menace me with death. if I did stay to look on his intents.
Stay then, I'll go alone. Fear comes upon me. Oh, much I fear some ill unthrifty thing.
As I did sleep under this yew tree here, I dreamt my master and another fought, and that my master slew him.
Romeo! Alack, what blood is this which stains the stony entrance of the sepulchre? What mean these masterless and gory swords to lie discolored by this place of peace? Romeo! Oh, pale. Who else? What, Paris too? Steeped in blood. Ah, what an unkind hour is guilty of this lamentable chance. The lady stirs.
Oh, you're muted, dear.
Comfortable friar, where is my lord? I do remember well where I should be, and there I am. Where's my Romeo?
I hear some noise. Lady, come from that nest of death, contagion, and unnatural sleep. A greater power than we can contradict hath thwarted our intents. Come away. Thy husband in thy bosom there lies dead, and Paris too. Come, I'll dispose of thee among a sisterhood of holy nuns. Stay not to question, for the watch is coming. Come, go, good Juliet. I dare no longer stay.
Go, get me hence, for I will not away. What's here? A cup, closed in my true love's hands. Poison, I see, has been his timeless end. Oh, churl, drunk all, and left no friendly drop to help me after. I will kiss thy lips, haply some poison yet doth hang on them, to make me die with a restorative. Thy lips are warm.
Lead, boy. Which way?
Yea, noise. Cannot be brave. Oh, happy dagger, this is thy sheath. There, rust, and let me die.
This is the place. There, where the torch doth burn.
The ground is bloody. Search about the churchyard. Go, some of you. Where you find, attach. Pitiful sight. Here lies the county slain, and Juliet bleeding, warm and newly dead, who here hath lain these 2 days buried. Go, tell the prince. Run to the Capulets, raise up the Montagues, some others search. We see the ground whereon these woes do lie, but the true ground of all these piteous woes we cannot without circumstance descry.
Here's Romeo, man. We found him in the churchyard.
Hold him in safety till the prince come hither.
Here is a friar that trembles, sighs, and weeps. We took this mattock and this spade from him, and he was coming from this churchyard side.
A great suspicion. Stay the friar too.
Misadventures is so early up that calls our person from our morning rest.
What should it be that they shriek so abroad?
The people in the street cry Romeo, some Juliet, and some Paris, and all run with open outcry toward our monument.
What fear is it that which startles in our ears?
Sovereign, here lies the county Paris slain, and Romeo dead, and Juliet dead before, warm and new killed.
Search, seek, and know how this foul murder comes.
Here's a friar and slaughtered Romeo's man, with instruments upon them fit to open these dead men's tombs.
Oh, heavens! Oh, wife, look how our daughter bleeds! This dagger hath misstain, for lo, his house is empty on the back of Montague, and this missheathed in my daughter's bosom.
Oh, me! This sight of death is a bell that warns my old age to sepulchre.
Come, Montague, for thou art early. to see thy son and heir now early down.
Alas, my liege, my wife is dead tonight. Grief of my son's exile hath stopped her breath. What further woe conspires against mine age?
Look, and thou shalt see.
O thou untaught! What manners is in this, to press before thy father to a grave?
Seal up the mouth of outrage for a while, till we can clear these ambiguities, and know their spring, their head, their true descent. And then will I be general of your woes, and lead you even to death. Meantime forbear, and let mischance be slave to patience. Bring forth the parties of suspicion.
I am the greatest, able to do least, yet most suspected, as the time and place doth make against me of this direful murder. And here I stand both to impeach and purge, myself condemned and myself excused.
Then say at once what thou dost know in this.
I will be brief, for my short date of breath is not so long as is a tedious tale. Romeo, there dead, was husband to that Juliet, and there dead, that Romeo's faithful wife. I married them, and their stolen marriage day was Tybalt's doomsday, whose untimely death banished the new-made bridegroom from the city. For whom, and not for Tybalt, Juliet pined. You, to remove that siege of grief from her, betrothed, and would have married her perforce to County Paris. Then comes she to me, and with wild looks bid me devise some mean to rid her from the second marriage, or in my cell there would she kill herself. Then gave I her, so tutored by my art, a sleeping potion, which so took effect as I intended, for it wrought on her the form of death. Meantime, I writ to Romeo that he should hither come as this dire night to help to take her from her borrowed grave, being the time that potion's force should cease. But he that bore my letter, Friar John, was stayed by accident, and yesternight returned my letter back. Then all alone at the prefixed hour of her waking came I to take her from her kindred's vault, meaning to keep her closely at my cell till I could conveniently send to Romeo. But when I came some minute ere the time of her awakening, here untimely lay the noble Paris, and true Romeo dead. She wakes, and I entreated her come forth and bear this work of heaven with patience. But then a noise did scare me from the tomb, and she too desperate. But did all this I know, and to the marriage her nurse is privy. And if aught in this miscarried by my fault, let my old life be sacrificed some hour before his time unto the rigor of severest law.
Still have known thee for a holy man. Where's Romeo's man? What can he say in this?
Balthazar.
Sorry, I was enraptured. I brought my master news of Juliet's death, and then in post he came from Mantua, to this same place, to this same monument. This letter he early bid me give his father, and threatened me with death going in the vault if I departed not and left him there.
Give me the letter. I will look at it. Where's the country's page that raised the watch? Sirrah, what made your master in this place?
He came with flowers to strew his lady's grave, and bid me to stand aloof, and so I did. Anon comes one with light to up the tomb, and by my master drew on him, and then I ran away to call the watch.
this letter doth make good the friar's words, their course of love, the tidings of their death. And here he writes that he did buy a poison of a poor's apothecary, and therewithal came to this vault to die and lie with Juliet. Where be these enemies? Capulet, Montague, see what a scourge is laid upon your hate. That heaven finds means to kill your joys with love. And I, for winking at your discords too, have lost a brace of kinsmen. All are punished.
Oh, brother Montague, give me thy hand. This is my daughter's jointure, for no more can I demand.
But I can give thee more, for I will raise her statue in pure gold, that whiles Verona by that name is known, there shall be no figure at such rate be set as that of true and faithful Juliet.
As rich shall Romeo's be by his lady's lie, poor sacrifices of our enmity.
A glooming peace this morning with it brings. The sun for sorrow will not show his head. Go hence, to have more talk of these sad things. Some shall be pardoned, and some shall be punished. For never was a story of more woe than this of Juliet and her Romeo.
Okay. So, yep. I think the general consensus is that's the first time the show ever hit like that. For most of us. Woo.
No kidding.
Oh man.
I'm gonna go
Goodness.
crawl in a hole now.
I know, right?
Never come out again.
Good thing I'm already drinking.
Yep.
What a bad
Shakespeare,
choice.
He writes good words.
Bad day to start some glue.
There's some good words in there.
Oh, we're so awesome.
Oh my god, I need more Friar John in my life.
Y'all were so amazing. That's how I missed my line. I just became a viewer at that point.
It's easy to get sucked in, like.
Yeah, just.
Yeah. Oh man, my brain it is not happy with me. Like my whole what is it, the limbic system that does all the emotional responses?
Yes.
It's like, hey, we're happy. No, we're not, but we're happy. No, we're not, guys. This show took it everywhere tonight.
Like, this is going really well. This is going really well.
Everything is good. Really, it's okay.
Everything is awesome.
Amongst yourselves.
Amongst yourselves. I'll give you a topic for discussion.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Very verklempt several times.
Welcome to Coffee Talk. Today we're talking Romeo and Juliet.
Oh my god, are we?
It was neither the Romeo nor Juliet. Discuss.
Dude, straight up, props to our Romeo and Juliet.
For
they
reals,
were
you guys.
amazing.
Bravissima!
Wow.
The randomizer definitely smiled upon us with this show.
Yes.
Oh my god, yeah.
Oh, I'm so tired.
Well, you gave it your all. Like you earned
put a ton of energy into that.
You earned that weariness tonight.
Yeah.
That was a lot.
I'm still saying
that's easy to do 8 shows a week.
I'm
know.
still saying hashtag blame Tito. I'm just saying.
Who knew? You just had to make Shakespeare gay and then you care about the characters more.
I feel like that's obvious.
I could have seen
someone
that coming.
say gay. I think someone said gay. Here I am.
By the way, because our viewers couldn't see it during the show, after Mercutio died, he cut his video, but his chat name was R.I.P. Mercutio.
Yes, it was awesome.
It was amazing.
The best.
I mean, we don't really have to make Shakespeare gay if you think, depending on the scholars, he was already.
True.
You just have to play it up. You have to do it right. There you go.
And remember that all of these roles were played by men. So
Yep.
True.
Because women were too good for it.
Man, like I really was when we pulled this cast together, I was really excited because those that I hadn't worked with before had reputations with other mutuals that made me go, oh, we got a good show on our hands, and I thought we were gonna play this whole thing farcical. It's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be nuts, but I didn't expect it to be what it was tonight.
You said reputation.
Another quick mad props to Ellie for that wig.
Oh,
Oh my
yeah?
god, I love it. It is phenomenal.
$20 Amazon.
Are you serious?
And props to our Mercutio for his 18 bajillion costume changes.
I loved it.
Amazing.
Stop it.
Like you
Those old
almost, to do Mercutio right, you almost have to outshine the two leads.
And you know what? Nailed it.
Gets the best speech in the whole freaking show.
Every single person in this cast was phenomenal. Like even just the surfing men roles, which are typically like meh, y'all
So
rocked
fun.
them. They
So
weren't
good.
meh. They were amazing.
So good.
That's
And
why I said I want to do this in a theater with all of you.
I have to, I just
Yeah.
gotta bring up Miss Ruth. You killed it tonight,
Yes,
girl.
yes.
The nurse is my favorite character in this whole show, and you owned that. It was beautiful.
Indeed.
Wonderful.
Very much.
Oh, okay. Well,
Since we're
as we
shouting people
all-
out.
as we all like to decouple, there's no way to segue out of this.
No, there's not.
So,
I will.
I'd say we all
Except-
scored a
Love
natural
me,
20.
love me, say that you love me.
It was stage deaths, and they totally managed to get away, and they wake up together, and it's a really happy ending. Yay!
well, I guess the best way we can close out tonight is if you enjoyed watching the show, which means you were awake, then you would probably want to find some of these lovely people and their projects and all of their shenanigans that they get up to in their other times. So I'm just going to call out a few of them and let you know where you can find them online, where they're doing all their other things. Let's start with Miss Ellie.
Hi, I have been Ellie Collins. You can find me on Twitter, Ellie_A_Collins. Also, I am the storyteller for ATL by Night, a Vampire the Masquerade actual play show based in the city of Atlanta. And our new season starts on Tuesday at 8 p.m. So twitch.tv/ATL by Night.
Love it. All right, our Mercutio, Josh.
Oh, it's me. Hi, everybody. My name is Josh, also known as Thranduart. I'm a cosplayer, and I am going to be hosting the Singer Cosplay Competition in October. Entries are open now at cosplaywithsinger.com, so please go enter and then join us for the live streaming opportunity in October. We're going to give away $2,500 in Singer dollars to the grand prize winner. So please, please, please come and find me on my channels. You can find me at Thranduart on Twitter, on Instagram, on Facebook, and the lesser, sometimes maybe used Tumblr. So yeah, hope to see you there. Thanks for having me.
I'm going to say before we go on to our next player, if you guys didn't know that Thranduart won Best in Show tonight at the costume contest, there you go. If you don't know, now you know.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
Of course.
Much deserved.
Very well deserved. It is an amazing Glinda. Anyways, on we move to John.
Hi, John Rabin. You can find me at anglotopia.net, where I'm a contributing writer on all things British history, culture, and media.
Amazing. Miss Melodic.
Hi, I'm Melodic Blue. You can find me on Twitter at Melodic Blue and here on Twitch as Melodic Blue. And I stream Moon Days, Wednesdays, and Fridays, usually at 5 o'clock.
Awesome. And she's a lot of fun on her show. She sometimes brings in silly people like me and Jess to do sillies. Where were we? Dragon.
Whew. Hi, everybody. Okay. Thank you again for having me. Amazing cast tonight, and it was my pleasure and honor to be here with all of you. You can find me on Twitter at Draconic Verses. That's one word. And you can find me on Twitch on my channel if I ever get anything going again. And I do have some t-shirts that I do sell that these lovely people have been so graciously pushing for me, and I appreciate it more than I can even say here.
Hashtag Ogma for life.
Hashtag
Oh,
Ogmates.
stop. Oh,
More suits.
stop. Thank you. Oh, and I get to thank you in person, Katie and Jen. Thank you very much for all the help and inspiration that you've given me. And I am so extra happy that I got to do something with you for once. So I guess that's it for me. If anybody needs a cranky old dragon on their game stream, by all means, please hit me up.
In the meantime, buy a shirt from him.
Very much so. Our wonderful Goblin Katie.
Hello, I'm Goblin Katie. You can catch me every Sunday on the D4 D&D stream. It is awesome. You should come check it out. And you can find that on twitch.tv/rockpunchatl. You can also catch me on the Stellar Arcanum stream, which is available on all podcasting services. And that's a 5th edition sci-fi classic characters find themselves in outer space. So it's pretty nifty.
Awesome.
Sorry, I'm on the socials at Goblin Katie. It's on all of them.
I know, dearie. My familiar is acting up. Jeff.
Hello. My name is Jeffrey N. Baker, and that you can find me on all socials with that, just Jeffrey N. Baker. I'm a voice actor, and you can see me streaming here on Twitch, Jeffrey N. Baker, on Thursdays and Sundays. 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, where basically it's just voice practice. So jump on in and we can just work on things together. And I just wanted to plug a new thing on Twitter. At Voice Practice is the handle. It's the Voice Actors Practice Corner. And basically, we just post aggregated character spots and commercial spots. So if you are wanting to practice your voice work and are looking for things to practice with, these are scripts specifically designed for that. So just go onto that at Voice Practice and grab one of those and have fun with it. And that's kind of what I do on those stream nights, is I grab one of those and do them, and you can come make fun of me while I do it.
Very nice. Awesome. Miss Jen.
Hi, I am Jen Kretschmer. You can find me on Twitter as @DreamWisp, also on Instagram as DreamWisp. On Twitch, I am DreamWisp Jen. I am part of Silver and Steel on Tuesday nights at 6 p.m. Pacific. What else do I do? I'm a writer, producer, and actor for TV. And this was a lot of fun. I was also a Shakespeare, like a lit major. So Shakespeare is, I'm very happy to be able to do some Shakespeare with people.
We're very happy to have you on the show tonight.
Yes.
On to Miss Sarah.
Hello. Oh, okay, my technology's malfunctioning, but I think you can still hear me. I am at Sarah B. Strange on Twitter. I am not currently on any streams, but I am open if you want a new player on your TTRPG stream. I'm available. Hit me up.
I will message you.
Next, we have the good Sir Chase.
Howdy, I'm Chase, at Chase TMS on Twitter. I am very not established in any of these things. This is the first time I've done something like this. I used to do a lot of theater growing up, but never did anything like, any higher level stuff. I'm on Twitch at narcotic_wings. Weird name, don't ask about it. I might stream some Magic Arena every once in a while, but besides that, I guess if anybody wants to have some rando on their game stream, sure, I'm down.
Very nice. Good Sir Trav.
I remain Traveler Farlander. You can find me on Twitter at TW Farland. You can find me on the podcast Pink Mohawk Edition, Dice Fiends, occasionally on Radio Free Detroit, and as several others have said, I will echo this as well. If you need a game streamer to join your TTRPG, reach out. There's more coming from me, but I'm happy to expand that catalog.
And the Amy Pond who made me change to a doctor during our intermission, Miss Kaylin.
Oh, and I really appreciate that. That made my night. Hey guys, I'm Jenna Kay. I am a graphic designer and digital artist. You can find me on Twitter and Instagram at Jenna_K with 2 E's. It's the same on both things, so.
Well, fair audience, we are so glad you joined us tonight for our reading of Romeo and Juliet. If you did like the show, please tell others more about it. We are What Streams May Come. We stream every other week here on Chaotic Tiefling ATL.
And for our next episode, we will not be doing another tragedy. We'll be reading A Midsummer Night's Dream at 7:00 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on September 19th. If you were watching tonight and you thought that you were having a lot of fun, well, yeah, you were, maybe some tears too. If you would like to join us, please follow Chaotic Tiefling Productions on Twitter for more information on casting.
And please toss a sub to your Twitchers. It is September after all. And show some love to our dear friend, Babs the Bat, for producing this show on her channel. Without her hard work, we would not be able to share any of this with you. And if you would like to connect with us, you could follow Jess and myself on Twitter at BloodhavenBard and Jessica Skell.
Until the next one, be good to yourself and be good to each other. We will all get through this and back under our stage lights once more.
Give us your hands if we be friends.
We love you.
We'll miss you.
Till it's showtime again.